Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this through the knowledge seekers from Keshe on the Shannon Spiritual Institute. In the past 13 years, 12 years, as we had the first session, we explained, we took you like a teacher from showing you the first words, the first steps, the first knowledge, bit by bit. We brought you in from gases from now material into space technology, into application of the dynamic systems, into energy levels. Then we brought you to cosmic rays, and we brought you into soul. And all this has a pattern. We don't do anything without reason. And in the past few weeks, few months, if you go back on the teaching, I use a word quite frequently, but in a way I set the scene for what to come today. What we will share with you today will change the course of history of man in respect to science. The reason for it is twofold. First of all, mankind, as knowledge seekers, which we will follow in a big way in the coming weeks and days, is ready to take that step. We are ready to break through the knowledge. A lot of things you hear around the background, and a lot of things you hear about what Keshe Foundation is doing, what we're doing, and now we have a very strong arm under the Macrae Corporation of the United States that allows us to break through industrial revolution. Theoretical is one side, and practical, showing it, is the other side. Commercializing it in a massive way is the other side. And this is what we as knowledge seekers set up the Macrae Corporation for. It belongs to us, and it's the way to break technology through internationally. But at the same time, we have taught you in a very deep way. The knowledge you have is astonishingly so deep. Many of you have it, but you gathered connections, collections, bits by bits together, and you listen to a lot of knowledge seekers, and this brings us to the evolution in the science. What evolution is? We know everything about the matter. We know everything about what we called opposite to what the whole world does. For example, you hear about fusion system. Chinese is spending billions. They can hold it for 1,000 seconds, and then the French can do it 3 seconds more. They broke the record. We saw in the past Americans, NASA, whatever they call that, they could produce so much Tesla, and we showed with a simple way how we could achieve 129, and we hold the plasma together with a huge energy, and you knowledge seekers with a few cents put a caustic in there and do more than what the people in CERN do, but they can't accept it because they're connected to the world of matter state. We work both. We understand the matter state and we understand the energy state, what we call the cosmic ray. And this is what is the next step in the world of science comes to. Today's teaching will be extremely controversial, but I'll tell you why we are correct. We have built a system for it. When you build a system, you are not anymore in the realm of theory. When you build the system, you work in the dimension of the reality of time, and by law of physics, if you can repeat it and control it and bring it up to a position of understanding, a position of what we call working with the parameters, which gives us a chance to be able to what we call new dimensions. We understand deeper the science of creation. Rick, I have a problem in getting a whiteboard set up on my system. I don't know why. Could you please open a whiteboard and let me work on it?
Okay.
My system does not give me the option of whiteboard today. So what it comes to, oh, I have it. I've got it. If you go out, I can do it here. They've changed it up. They upgraded the webinar and they moved it to another position.
Yes.
So,
Right. Okay. Go ahead.
okay. So thank you very much. So what is important for us as knowledge seekers to understand how to bring the dimensions of the creation together? What does this mean? We know about cosmic rays. We know about planet Earth. We know about us as collection of fields. We know about us as being today 1st of May, day of labor and revolution of the communist explosion for rights of the workers and the rest of it. So we have a place, we have a position of being Labor Day, and then we have another dimension to it, and then we give it a time. What does this mean? In the structure of the physics of today, if you heard me many, many times, especially in the past few weeks, months, I refer to time, place, and position. I set you up, as you all know, I'm good in setting you up in a very good way for you that there is something comes in the future, but you just listen to the words, you don't look deeper into the structure. What does this mean? We call this one place. Yeah. And then we have a position. Our position. We are human, animal, tree, whatever we are. And then we are always called, this is your position. And then this is your time. You see the triangle. But this triangle does not work because one part is missing. And this is possession. What do we possess? Now you understand the triangle of creation, which when all three are working, you create time. Time does not exist if you don't have a place. What time? Is it Monday on the moon? Or is it first day on the moon? Position is, are you going to manifest yourself as a dog, as a man on the moon, or as another creature? So your position in what you appear important. Position is strength. I'm a man, so to manifest myself as a man, I need to have a certain magnetic field structure, which we call the amino acid. Amino acid is a magnetic field structure. So we know the position, we know the place, and we know the possession. In this point, then we arrive time zero. Beginning of time is when we decide on what it be and what we're going to appear as, and then in what field strength. Because if I change the field strength, the time moves. You all run a star formation. This is the basis of the star formation, if you look at it, and time is there. If you slightly change this, this moves. If you slightly change this, this moves. What does this mean? This means for the first time, we don't need to travel. If we change the strength of, we can move the time. We can live in different platform, in different dimension as a man on the moon, but in 1,000 years ahead. So Now we don't need to do the transmutation because now we can move the time. The knowledge of controlling the time through the strength of magnetic field is only possible, not in the matter state because it's solid, it's stuck. Only is possible in a plasmatic cosmic ray combination. In a way, we have found the key to travel time, to travel the space, to travel the energy, to travel the position. Go back to the teaching of the beginning of some of the teachings. We always refer to, we don't want to appear, we cannot appear on the moon with the structure of the man unless we change the strength of the amino acid of the man that can stand the condition of the place, which is the moon. So we cannot do that because the time is not there. We create the time. In a way, we can go to the future. And now, in the hand of the Keshe Foundation scientists, there is such a machine. We have developed it. The time machine, in the true essence of working, is in our grasp. Now we have completed the condition of the creation according to the dimension. In a way, we see the time. We can create that time. We can change the time. We can bring totality to the system and understanding how I don't need to go to the moon. I can be here, change the magnetic field condition, bring the time to the position of the life, and live as I live on the moon, on planet Earth. All I did, I changed the place. I chose a different place. This place creates a different dimension of time. The basic foundation of time, the basic foundation of the creation of plasmatic fields creates what we know as structure of life in the universe. So parallel time exists. We created it. Now we have the knowledge to create the parallel time. By changing the cosmetic magnetic fields of the position, changing the cosmetic condition of the position, or changing the cosmetic condition of the place. This is why, if you go back to the teaching, I said, in time, I'll create for you a fish in the tank. I show you how when you want to go to another place, how you look when you get there. Now this is the knowledge of it. This is the science of it. Now we know how to create dynamic magnetic fields. You cannot do it with the matter state magnetic field. CERN is one of them. They are trapped in the time and the position of solid magnets, trying to create a condition where the mayhem we see, high temperatures and the rest of it. If you move the position's gravitational magnetic fields, if you change the position magnetic fields, or you change the position magnetic fields, time will move. But the question to ask is very simple. Are there other with a different gravitational magnetic fields in the same place with the same position, living in a different dimension of time with us? Yes, they do. We call them aliens. Those who gather this knowledge in the space, maybe they were even created long, long after man was created. But they got to the knowledge before we do, they traveled up. This is why we see them, we don't see them, because they live in a different time space. But they look like a man, they are on the earth, and their gravitational magnetic field inside is in their control to change it. They're here, and the time for them moves to another plate, another dimension. In a way, if you listen to the intro, you have the 4 reactors. How you play with it. You create a gravitational magnetic field, you hold it, but how do you change the position and time? You can manifest yourself, and the time does not exist till you show the position. From that moment, time is yours, is your time. This is how different time zone, different time, what we call interfaces exist. I change. I want to hold the time. I change my position. Two things can happen. Position can change or the place. I don't need to travel. If I keep myself as a human, my position I desire is New York. I'm there. Can I live in the different dimensions of time? In time, we teach you how. As many of you know, is now public knowledge, 10, 11, 12th of May in city of Beijing, for the first time, we show this remote. We endeavor to create a condition as one of the demonstrations, the creation of materials of given time. I showed you this last week as those white dots. These are possessions created in time, kept as earth, but places to fix. The position cannot be fixed, but we fix the position, and that's what it showed itself. To show this knowledge, we have set up a structure of teaching for years to bring you to this point. It's not anymore, can you transmute me? Can I transmute? Is where position, time, and the place I want to clear to be, to manifest myself. We all have this capability within us, where we bring the interaction of the soul and the soul of physicality to each other. Soul of physicality is position. The soul of the man is a possession. The place is earth. The time starts when I arrive. If you understand this and you can change two dynamics of the structure, you can travel the span of the universe instantaneously. But you have to understand how to create these fields, how to control them, how to manifest them. And in that structure, you have to learn how to create the elements in an energy level to be able to confirm the conditional creation of multiple time, not as zone on Earth, 3 hours behind, 2 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time, but in the strength of the magnetic fields, in the dimension of gravitational magnetic field position and position. So now we open a new dimension. What has been theoretical, can we travel the time? Now we know how. We have the science of it. Now is a knowledge, is a technology. Do you still want to sit in a craft, take you 7 months to get to the Mars? Hopefully you have enough food, you packed everything properly. The guy on the Earth did not make a mistake, like the aircrafts, tanking it the wrong way. You run out of the water halfway there. You get to the Mars and you're thirsty and die. Or you sit there, you get to the Mars, month, 2 months, 3 months, you got the right track to come back, another 7 months. The round trip of 18 months can be done in 18 seconds. Because now you can change the dimension, the position, and the possession. This is how you transmute, how you go from A to B. This is why many of you have a problem with transmutation. We saw this in the test we did last week with the knowledge seekers. We interfere with their emotion. between the interaction of the soul of physicality and the soul of man. We don't need to change. We adjusted. One of the knowledge seekers, I felt love. And exactly on our communication with our center of control, we added combination which creates to for love, with a create knowledge. We can create everything else. But in the same structure, we can create to eliminate wars, conflicts, killing, because each one to kill creates an emotion. Now we have the knowledge, and we can reverse technology, the killing, into dimension of time when the whole of humanity has never taken place, but it still stays as man. The evolution. Once the man understands what's on the screen that you knowledge seekers look at, will bring a total change in the fabric of the society, of the human race. Now, you want to be 1,000 years? You adjust the energy fields to live, because you keep the position and the position. You play with time by changing the dimension of the place, or you change another parameters. We, in the what we call star formation, we tried to create a lift. Now we create a time. When we did the first structures, we showed energy inside the plasma balls in Sanya in 2017-18. The object wasn't there to show you, the object wasn't there to lift, was to bring the position to now the creation of the plasmas in interaction with each other can create time. Time machine of the creation in the control of man. But we don't have fast enough computers, so we have developed the technology for man to understand on the level of emotion, where you control knowledge seekers, that they become the captains of the future of the space technology in time and the space. They understand how we control. It's easier to control 7 than 7 billion. In the sessions which is set up, we were supposed to do it tomorrow, we do it on Tuesday, because some of you know it's a bank holiday, and space-time of here, some of the knowledge seekers who are participants are not available, or they're celebrating different things of the May Day holiday. So we moved the time to Tuesday, because we have different countries celebrate different days in between. So when we meet you lot with the 7 participants of the last time, you choose yourself a captain. You'll be sent a list of 7 captains. Who do you want to trust your soul with? That he creates a time, place, and position. And can we all meet at the same time? Selective time by the captain brings position and position to all the others. This was taught very early in time in the knowledge seekers. Trusting your captain, trusting the man. This time you trust the captain, you go in with your luggage on the suitcase, on the chart, on the arm, on the aircraft, and you think he'll take you from New York to Washington, nothing will happen. You trust him with your physicality. Now you have to trust him with your energy, with the soul, with a combination of the emotion. Today's teaching will be a watershed in the world of science if you understood. And if you haven't understood, it's another teaching. For centuries and decades, what's on the picture, on the screen, will become the blueprint for the evolution of the science of the society of man. How we'll travel, how we'll do it, because without the emotion, I cannot create the position and position. And what's the use if I don't know where I'm going and what time I create in the life of that time for me, because from now on, my time is a zero time, not the time of the place and the position, because the place has been there. I am moving into it. Or if you are the pure soul, you create the dimension of the time, you become the star. That's your position. And place in the time of zero of the time, in that place in the universe. This is why we taught so much past 2 or 3 years about the soul, about this emotion, about the soul of physicality. Because if something happens with your emotion, instead of ending up on planet Zeus, you end up in the center of another galaxy, another universe, and the rest of it. And this is why in the demonstration of the past 2 years, playing with you lot who came every month, so let us to play with your soul, we saw how you lot panic, how you lot go, and then suddenly one of you panics, the whole lot of you fall. We see it clearly. So now the structure it goes, you can travel with a donkey, you have a Joyce with a what you call UFO, and you thought they are very advanced. Then you move to another dimension of traveling as a transmutation. Now you travel the way the Creator travels. He creates a time at the presence of his energy. At that position, you manifest yourself with a position of time, zero to start. Then it comes a big question for mankind. Does time exist? We live in the time of the creation of planet Earth. We are not living on the time of creation of us. And once man understands this, you understand why this planet is the greenhouse, is where we grow the seeds of the soul of the man for different dimensions of the universe, as this dimension, this energy given to it in a position and a place will start a zero time, start of a life, start of a cycle. This is why we have a big conflict in the world of science. Earth was created now with a new idea 4.5 billion years ago, but up to now, everything was created 4.5 billion years ago. Now we see 13 billion years, and then it happened for the Earth to be created billions of years later. Did it happen? Or is it all place and time, all created instantaneously through different field strength of the position, place, that the time has become one and the rest is all? Did the fields of the Creator travel billions of years to make Earth, or was it there in a position and a position as one cell, the rest solidified into it, in a way manifested into it? And is there parallel universes? There are parallel galaxies in respect to each other. We talk about a lot of things. We see the mirror reflection and the rest of it. But now you have a machine, you can create it and change the evolution of the science of man. For the first time, you understand the creator of time is you. At the field, the magnetic gravitational field, in the plasmatic condition of a consideration of the position and the place, you create, you start the zero time. And if you want to keep everything in the 3 position, place, and the position, then in changing any of the 3 parameters, you move the time. You become time travelers through the true essence of transformation and transmission of energies, and not by wormholes and dog holes and every other thing which you never understood. In the exhibition of 2025 in city of Beijing, we try remotely to show you how. In a way, we allow people come to some of them to dictate and see what does if they change things. For the first time, we show you what we call the traveler of time, the spacecraft system, which has been developed, and we control majority of its outcome. In a way, if you remember, I showed you the gases last time. And you remember, I showed you the material last time. There is a purpose. We don't deal with the matter state, we deal with the energy state. But we have to understand what the energy state in matter state is, that we decide the combination and position of time. Today's teaching will change the world of science if the scientists understand how the world has changed. Do you want to see the beginning of time than being part of the time which is created and the condition of the earth at the same time as the rest of the universe? When you have a moisture in the room and you suddenly change the condition that every space has exactly the same temperature and the pressure, and then you suddenly change one of the parameters, you see the water crystals. You see bits of water, ice hanging, and then you see that's exactly what we do. So, in a way, if we freeze time, we can see different dimensions of time across the universe. Does multiple time exist? Yes, if you understand how. If you understand it's a combination of interaction of the three different elements in plasmatic condition, which each one has a position, and a place. Then the whole universe suddenly sparks out with thousands and millions of stars and galaxies that we never understood. We're trying to adjust it 4.5 billion, 13 billion, all created at the same time as the fields of the universe fix this time. What happens if our universe moves in a different position, that the external gravitational magnetic field of the universe, according to its position, changes? Our time will change, our manifestation will change, our structure will change. It's exactly like being your water and suddenly put in the freezer, different condition. Space and time is the place where the soul of the man, through the emotion, control of the emotion of the man, will dictate the manifestation, what we call the position. My position, I am in the figure of man. I've changed the strength of my soul. I appear as a fish. Many of you have done, but you don't understand. But then you're at the same time. If you understood that, you closed the door after time, you locked it, and you change the what we call magnetic field of the position, you have changed the position. You become a dog. I saw myself as a mermaid because half of my structure still connects to the dimension of physicality energy. The other half has moved on. I saw myself and others in different shapes and forms. Because now you have locked, you put your foot down, you're still connected, you're still part of physical life of this planet, time and place and position, but you see another time space. Because what we did last week, in the latter part, we changed the enlightenment, and some who God received it, they moved on. Once we create the condition of enlightenment, there is no need for fear, there is no need for peace, there is no need for love, because everything below it is in it. Now we have a choice. We become a time travelers, we become what we call transmuters, we become transferers by UFOs, or we become man still pushing the rockets, the cars, and the rest of it. We can choose any according to which one we change, which dimension of the fields of the transmutation, of the transportation, of the possession of the position we decide. Now you understand why emotion is so important, because the emotion dictates the place, the position, and the position, which in interaction with each other creates the time. The time machine is in our hand. Many of you will travel through this time. When we bring you in on Tuesday, some of you will see that. You will receive an email. respond to it, who you want to be your captain. We decide two options. If we see two men with one of you, we push you to the other one. You have to trust us. Your knowledge seekers from China, knowledge seekers from Australia, knowledge seekers from Canada, from South America, from Europe, from Asia. You play the game with us. Now it's time to enjoy the game. Nothing is coincidental. You use the word for me to tell you, come to me to lens. I use the system to give you the dimension of the emotion. When knowledge seekers who were with us explain something to us, they don't know what they explained, but we know what we did for them to get that feeling, that emotion. After today's session, we have a meeting with them to prepare them to become the captains of you lot on the Tuesday session. And these 7 captains will stay for life of the testing with us. We don't change again. And in that position and position, we bring the operation of the 7 captains to the members of the Universal Council. It's their decision how they want to interact with outside. We see this in the next 12 months, maybe more, maybe less. Depends on how the evolution of science comes. Now was creation of the time and time travel, different times, different parallel world, parallel things, all make sense. You change any of these parameters. You change, you build reactors, which we talked as an intro for each one of these, which creates different condition of, your time will change. Now, the man has a technology how to play with time. Those of you who will be allowed to come into the exhibition, will give you a chance to play with time. You will see the feeling. You will see how parameters changes according to your wish. Time does not exist unless you have a place, you know what you want to appear as, and what field is going to use to. And if you change the other 3, the time will manifest itself. You call it a dream, now it's a dream machine. The process of creating and playing with time in the essence of plasma condition is the way the universe creates time for us. When I listen, they say, oh, it's taking 5,000 light years to get here. Oh boy, our scientists are not even at the infancy of the knowledge of the creation. They're stuck in the little toy, what I call, we call them a specific name for them, and repetition of the same habit to confirm their existence. Autistic, in understanding the knowledge of the creation and repetition of the same mistake to confirm that we are correct. As knowledge seekers, you made different reactors. Now, if you understand how to control each one in a specific way, you can create time, move time, see how it looks in 10 years' time, how it looks in 1,000 years' time. I always said you cannot see the past, but if you know how to create the time, you don't need to go out and look for the fraction of what it was as a dynamic structure, but you go to the time when it was created. Can you influence the future of past to the future? Again, it depends what emotion you put in the dimension of the creation. In a way, if you play with the position and position, you can play with emotion. And that emotion creates a time, which gives a time the place. In understanding possession is the soul and position is the soul of physicality, then you have to manifest the time, but you have to have a time to manifest yourself. I made man in the image of myself, but I gave man the knowledge of me to make my image. The knowledge of the space technology is according to what I said from the first days, according to the intelligence of the man. If you understand, you are not prejudiced, and you are prepared to understand the totality and not draw a border. This is how much my intelligence is. That's what I want to understand. Then, if not, we become monkeys, see one, do one without understanding, and then we have the what I call the feedback and the kickbacks of the future. The only way we can stop the killing in the race of the man is to move the time and change the position. Because the position will be still a man and the place will still be the earth. Changing ganses won't do. Changing the whole structure of the time on this planet will bring that position where the man cannot even have in his memory the dimension of destruction and killing which has been inhabited. Now you understand why at the beginning I said we bring the biggest change in the world of the knowledge of the man, because the knowledge of time is the essence of the creation and the condition to manifest, to be understood, to exist, to be part of. Then you understand why half of the universe looks dark. As is in another dimension, in another magnetic field strength, and it's in another time that is not open to us. If we change the time in a combination of the structure of our system, we can see what is in that dark position, the place, the position, and the position. If you don't have these three, you can't have time. If you're another man, you don't exist. Time doesn't exist. If you don't have a place, you cannot manifest yourself. So time doesn't exist. If you don't have a strength to show itself to be have a position and position, it never existed. So the time is zero. But what happens when the knowledge of the man comes to the point that he can play with time? That's another chapter in the knowledge of creation. Because when you fix the time, you fix the place, position, and position. Isn't this what we do? We call it the summer, winter, blah, we fixed it. This is what's going to happen in the summertime. Spring comes, the flowers come, we feel better, and the rest. We have so much tuned into it that even those who have no essence of another dimension all create their own offsprings at that given time we call the spring. Maybe for the first time you understand why even what you call the spring, what you call the cycle of life starts. Because of the magnetic field constantly coming to the same position, creates another condition of the position, which creates condition of place. My hope is that mankind will understand the creation of time, the space gap, the conditional, and will not abuse it. Because this is the key to travel the span of the universe without rocket fuel, without UFOs, without transmutation, but understanding the process of the creation of time. If time does not exist, nothing does. There is no position, there is no position, there is no place. In one word, if you understand the teaching of today and truly be able to translate it in the dimension of the work of the physicality of the man, you will find how standing still at this time, you look like a dog, cat, stone, and everything else, and carry all their emotions, even though you still remember your soul is the soul of the man. I made man in the image of myself. But is man knowledgeable enough to understand what my image is? Does he trust in himself? Does he have the capability to trust in himself that he can change the time? Now you understand how easily man can make his time travel interfere with time of itself, and in that position and a place, creating a new dimension of manifestation. I hope you understand what this means. I hope those of you who become involved in creation of time and time travel of the future of the man respect, understand, and be grateful for the knowledge you receive, that it does not start another cycle of killing, as the man has got used to it according to the time and the place of this planet, where the place is wrong, but the man and the soul is perfect. Maybe it's time to move the man times of manifestation, or move the man to another place that he can live through the soul of physicality and physicality of the man and the soul of the man in a given new time. Now we have the technology. Now we have the machinery that actually creates time. This machine originally was made around about 2014, 2013 and before. To cover it, I called it the energy reactor. But in fact, the way it's designed in the layer of instruction creates a combination of time. Those of you Compilation, if we're lucky enough and the time allows, understanding the position we have taken, will some of you be able to change some parameters and then feel within you what time you have created, what energy you have created, and connect yourself to the material of the time and the place and the position, and understand you are thousands of kilometers away from the source. And if you can cover that time, you can cover the whole span of the universe. Always has been the dream of the man, a time machine. Now man has the technology to create the time that becomes his machine to be able to travel the span of the universe. And is a gift for Keshe Foundation and knowledge seekers to humanity, as we are all the tools to bring that position and time for man to move. I hope, my deepest wish is that no man abuses the time. As if you abuse the time, you have to stand the time of what I call understanding the mistakes one has made. Is the way the Creator manifests And it's the way that parallel worlds, dimension of field strength exists. And you have to understand the parallel world of different energies. It brings parallel worlds of light. I hope sooner than later, mankind will be able to move to bring this new time and dimension to us. And this is why we decided now, when I teach like this, as you've been with us, Vatican and others, on this break, out of nowhere, the skies have opened. Knowledge of the man is pure. Try to understand the knowledge of the creation, and into what you understand is where you'll be on the back of the donkey, the rocket, in the UFO, transportation, or traveler of the time. And this time, we have given you the full option. It seems a lot of you would still like to be on the donkey. And the others don't exist, are fairy tales, because you don't carry the knowledge, the trust in the information and knowledge of your own creation and nothing else. In the coming time, in the future, and the future teaching, I try to bring this down to the point, one by one, how you control the time, how you change time, and you will see what's the future of me in space. Why I was born? What's the reason of my birth? And where shall I end up? And what will be the time and the place where I will be, as I can change it during the time when I have the chance to change the dimension of physicality. I hope mankind will not abuse this machine, because mankind has to understand how to control the time of existence. As we have had this machine for years, I put it as usual right under your nose that you never saw. But now our knowledge scientists have reached that point that they can dictate the time and place and creation of the fields that changes the time. Place, position, and when it comes to time. We go for a break. Come back, and I hope many of you will understand the world of science has changed, as man could never understand and tried many times to change time. But now everyone has the tools to change that time, and the way look into the future of their soul as an energy plasma cosmic condition, and actually physicality of the man, which is hard to move. As we discussed last week regarding the creation of time. Creation of time is one of the most fundamental points in the life of every man. By the time when we finish time on this planet in the physical life, another time, in another time, place, position, and the strength of the soul will start for the journey, for the life of the soul. So, end of one time is the beginning of the other. Then, if you understood the whole structure of the time, creation of time, the strength of the soul of the man dictates the shape of the man, and it dictates the position of the man in the dimension of the soul once the time and the physical time is changed. When you don't have, you're carrying so much soul with you, you kill thousands of people, you have burden of it. You haven't given the strength, but you're loaded with it. the position, and the position moves away from the creator. The more perfect life you lived, you're more closer to the central energy. The closer you live, your position to the creator. It's not that what I load will bring me closeness. That what you load, it makes you heavy. And that heaviness, weaker strength, positions you further. In what shape you appear is the shape of the creation, the place and the possession. And then, at that point, your time starts. This is why when they tell you the universe is 4 billion years and 13 billion years, it's just a joke. As the time is on the point of the manifestation, not from the point of observation of manifestation. Which means it goes back to the essence of the beginning. When you're alive on this planet, what you gather dictates the strength of that soul, which that dictates the position and the place that you'll manifest yourself and where the time starts. In the structure of the understanding of the totality, and I'm sure you will see in the structure of the dimensions of the teaching of the past, what we have always shown and what we have always been has been that we understand the totality of the structure. What does this mean? This means that we need to be aware of the whole structure. What we taught you from the beginning, when you joined the star formation, the creation of the space, what we call the place, the position, dictates how you will create that time. If we know the power of more or less the place, if we can create the position and a position, then any of these two will give us the position of time. You want to be on earth and you want to be a human, but your soul has a strength of, let's say, so many Teslas, as you understand it. We will introduce a new, what we call measurement tool for the plasmatic magnetic field of cosmic rays, because what we have as a Tesla does not work. I'll explain this, and those of you who were with us some 10, 12 years ago on the systems which we developed for detection of the fields which we measured, this was already set up to measure the time, to measure the space. So if we understand the measure of the plasmatic Tesla, what I call, then we understand how we can create, we know what place our soul will possess, will be the position of, and in what shape we manifest. Creation of the place and position will totally and in its structure depends on the strength of the position. And that position, plasmatic position, will create the condition of the plasmatic of a position and the place. And all three can be replicated in the structure of a system. Which means the knowledge of the man is at the point where he can create the magnetic field of the place, magnetic field of the position, and a magnetic field of position. And the time is dictated. But the time itself has a characteristics that if you can create the time, you can reach in any dimension. as the time is created from the interaction of the three. In the coming time, in the teachings which will go more in depth, as I said, you will understand more. As I explained last week, we started with nanocoating. Then we taught you about the ganses. Then we brought you with the dynamic systems. Then we brought you to the dimension of the soul. And now it's time. And in a very simple way, you will come to understand that the time for the Creator is always zero time. Which means it never existed, it shall not exist, unless the fields of it brings the position, the place, and the possession. There is no beginning, there is no end. And in the structure of the creation of time, the possession will play a main factor, which is the time when your soul leaves the physicality and leads to the creation of the new time, a new place, and a new position. Then, if you understood this, and you can create the magnetic field of the position and the place while you have the position, and you can change any of the other two, you create a new time. Which means you can go forward in changing, in understanding what will be the, what I call the position of you with this soul, this magnetic field. Today's the scientists can measure by electric current within the brain, and they tell us this is the position of the emotion, this is a position of control of this and that in the body of the man through the physical structure of the brain of the man. But when the science moves further on and understand that the brain itself is creator of the magnetic field in the plasmatic cosmic ray, then they understand what it needed to hold the soul within. And with that measurement, man can decide the position and the time and the place. So, as we call it, there is no time travel, but we can travel in time, which means we are the creator of it. Understanding of the what we call the position, which is the soul of the man, in the future will be measurable, because there's a technique in measuring it. And once you measured it, you can create the gravitational magnetic field of the, let's say, New York, and then you decide, I want to manifest as a dog. We know to manifest as a dog, the amino acid of the field of that animal has a specific characteristics, which we can create all three, and then the time is zero. The way your soul travels, leaves the body behind and manifests in another position when it reaches a certain magnetic field strength, you do the same, but the place and the position is already booked in. You just change the field strength. And we have told you in a teaching in the past how to change the position. It's very easy, if you remember. Then when you arrive in New York, you start the time. We can never be in the wrong place. On the science of today, we created GPS positioning, but in this game, we created time positioning, which is a totally different science and different technology, and connects directly to the line of the creation. Is as another star is created. This is why we hear in the world of present science of cosmology, they tell us millions of stars are in the galaxy and millions are created every day. If you go back to my teaching, one of the first things which I always said in the teaching, very original teaching, I said, if so many millions of stars every day are created in the universe, it must have a principle. So I make one too, because I now understand the process of creation. When I make one, is my soul, is my identity, is what I possess within. To create time is a totally different ball game, But if you can travel in time and you can create a position and you have the other two fixed, you can travel the time. Can you go backwards? In a physical dimension, you cannot go backwards, because if you look at it, I explained many times, the earth is round and rotates at a given speed. Your image is scattered, and the more time, the more further it goes. You can go back in time, but this time you see the interaction of the fields of the plasmatic, what we call field strength. So then can you change something that you will not be in this position? If the others allow, you can do. Those who they will be affected by change in the field strength of you. I was born, I'm not happy with having 2 legs, I want 3 legs. Can you go back in time and give yourself 3 legs? Or can I see, I could have stopped this disease to happen in me if I could go back to correct the genetic modification, what you call, correct my genes that are be perfect, that I don't have this disease. These now become possible, but it needs a lot of understanding by changing what field of strength you change. And if you understood this with your behavior, how you take what you do, you change the place of your manifestation of your soul on departing, on finishing the timeline in a physical dimension. This is why we always say, always in all the teachings, what you carry at the field strength of the soul has preset position. And then it has preset possession of the place. So in a way, by understanding the field strength of the possession, you know where your place is. The further space or closer space to the Creator, to the zero time of creation, because then you radiate out. If you understand this, it's very simple. What does this mean? It means if you get to the position of the center, what we call the soul of the Creator, when you get closer or you get further, this is what they call the hell, and this is what they call the heaven. Is the lover's game with the Creator. When you love, you become the same as it, so you come closer to be to your lover. And now you understand, when you do a crime, you have more souls to carry. This is what I said, those who make arms, and it's not just the guy who shoots the gun, the one who made the gun, the powder, the one who carried it, the one who designed it, the one who benefited by it, all getting loaded on. If mankind understands this, if mankind understands the game of the time and the place, no man will create not even a single gun and not a single bullet. And this is what has been understood by universal community, and man needs to understand. In the process of creation, the strength of the field, of the soul of the man, at the point of departure, dictates which place it will take in space. The more you killed, the heavier backpack, the further distance you have to get to the Creator. And that's heaven, because you got a long way, long journey to make it down. The suffering of this emotion of the soul in being away from the lover is a bigger punishment than the fires of hell. Those of you who've been in love, you understand exactly what it means. The further you are from the one you love, the more you suffer and yearn to be to, and do everything to get to that point. whole process of creation of time is the essence of the creation. And the time is made by man, as time does not exist in the universe. Very simple. You have a earth time, you have a solar time, you have the galaxy time, you have the universe time, and then you have a unicus time. The further you go in, the longer the time becomes. The structure of the creation of time comes from interaction of the fields. There is a key to bring that time, and there is a key in understanding what we call the position, and the place. This is what I said. Now you might understand. The time will come that will manifest Christ in front of you. Because we know the field, the strength of the Jerusalem. We know the shape of the man. All we need is to create the plasmatic magnetic field, the strength of the soul. Time will be zero, and according to whoever watches at any time will see the Christ. It's not magic. Part of this technology will be shown in the exhibition in Beijing. You will understand when you arrive, and some of you will feel it. Some of you will cross behind a window, watch your body, watch your clothes, and understand how I've been showered with the love of the Creator. And if you get the dust of gold on you, carry it with pride. You've been touched by the field of the creation. The beauty of it is that that glass cannot stop. That glass cannot be a barrier between the field of the creation and the soul of the man beyond it. The purpose of the exhibition is not to show the man, but is to enlighten the humanity. Enlightenment is part of the structure of the what we call possession. When you enter, when you see the structure of the setup, don't think of a flying system. Understand the evolution in time. Understand the evolution in enlightenment. Time, place, position, and position all will create a time. That time is the time of enlightenment. That's the time when the 0 point starts. Because before that, there was no knowledge. After that, there is a knowledge. And that's the time of enlightenment. And that time of enlightenment is a very, very rare point. And that's the time when the change comes. I hope next few weeks, as we go more in detail, for you to understand the essence of time, not the system of time, then you understand how to create the field of strength within the position to create the dimension of the place and position. The position is the most important factor because we can change it by our behavior, by our attitude, by us not destroying, not what I call destruction of ourselves by ourselves, is the worst thing ever done in a man when it's the self damage, self inflicting. And man does that with every breath he takes, with every spoon he puts in his mouth, and with every action of the emotion. If you think of it, I made man in the image of myself, and man is not my image. Image is the dimension of the soul. I do not kill, I do not destroy, but how can the man to be my image? In truth, is the soul of the man which is my image, and not his physicality. The place and the position are wrong. If you change the position, you can change the place, and with it, you can change. If you listen to the intro, I think you have a better message than what the teaching of today is. Every man can change his position during their life on this planet. We go for a small break and we come back and try to answer as much questions as possible. Understand that we are in Beijing and it's around about 1 o'clock in the morning, and hopefully we see many of you in the exhibition, especially the Chinese friends. And if you don't get a chance, just be patient. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back. And as Rick said, we had a very successful demonstration of technology in public, and we had a few hundred of Chinese knowledge seekers attending the session. And at the same time, this presentation was part of the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation, which is Market Corp, and not of the Keshe Foundation. We had a successful presentation, and as many of you heard, one of the largest contracts ever signed for licensing was signed on Saturday night in presence of all the knowledge seekers and with their permission. This agreement will lead to one of the largest corporations in China, backed by finances of the people who are in there, plus Keshe Foundation providing the technology and support of the knowledge. As you saw, the production of the material was kept open for people to see, and the conversion of the energy to matter. If Keshe Foundation was in the position of the anywhere like the University of CERN, it would be a big revolution in science. But as we are boycotted by Fox News and the rest of the world because we disturb the what we call the money stack of the whole process, is broadcasted, and in the future it will be as part of the teaching of the, I'm sure, many, many knowledges to come and knowledge seekers to find out. The setup was simple, what we call a star formation. One was, as you listen, and we soon will post a full session on YouTube in the next few hours, that we not only shown we can produce material, but we can stop material being produced. Technology which we never shown before. And at the same time, we do not discuss outside the framework of the Keshe Foundation. And then for the first time, many of you witnessed what we call one of the most advanced space technology systems which will ever be shown. The structure of the work of the Keshe Foundation. I'm trying to share, but I cannot share anything, unfortunately, on this. 1 second. Maybe I'm in the wrong phone, but just 1 second. I'll share with you. We've shown in the exhibition the most advanced space technology ever known to what we call man. The beauty with this is that we will not, or it will not stop us from showing this technology in public, and even further sharing the knowledge openly. We showed the system, and we had a representative from military and members of the CPC turned up to see the technology. And it was interesting. For the first time we could show something that I'm sure many of you have seen, and this is evolution in science. The system was shown to the knowledge seekers. This is one of the latest technologies which will change the course of humanity. What does it mean? It produces matter, it produces energy, it produces gravity, it produces magnetic field, it produces material. It creates an environment to sustain life. And what we did not show you, and you haven't seen public, it has a control panel like a flight control panel. 2 seats, like pilots controlling it. And it'll go through its what we call trials in coming days. We started the trial before the exhibition. And this is the future of it. It's a solid state. There is no motors. There's nothing to interfere with it. And all the pipes and everything you see is control system to measure, to feed, to understand every changes. And it has extensive, elaborate, what we call measurement systems, fields, and everything else. And this technology is not and will not be in the hand of public for a long time to come. And as we showed this system, as I explained in the what we call the process of the exhibition, and we showed live with it, that this system has already produced materials, which means we are out of what we call the dynamic systems, and we have produced in a substantial quantity materials which will replace this dynamic system. As I said, the dynamic system is obsolete, as we showed in the exhibition, and some of these motors were shipped into China in 2023 for Chinese military demonstration of the production of material. And now, 2 years, 3 years online, is converted to this. There's no dynamic system in this. It's a total solid state. And as we saw, I was shown, the system has already produced material. As I explained in the, what we call, in the section of the teaching, if you look at this and the powders you saw on the table, there's a big difference. This produces big chunks, and growth of the material is bigger, and they're not dust. And it's very much like creating meteorites. We have to develop this technology further and further in the coming time. but it's the huge breakthrough in the science. And this system, in its own condition, will create everything the man needs in space. It's the size of a football, maybe smaller, maybe larger, but has an integrated system inside it. It's taken us 40 years to develop this. The next step to this is to build within it a brain with a soul, with the emotion, which we can do. The knowledge is there, we've done it, but now we're trying to create a condition of the soul, which does not need a brain. But in a way, if you connect this to AI systems of the computers of today, then most probably will run themselves forever because you can feed it, it doesn't need any outside energy sources and the rest of it. In a way, we should thank the Chinese community, especially the people who helped us to bring this technology in open. And at the same time, we will change the course in the coming time with many, many things. We sign agreements in the Market Corp. We are not there to run factories. We are not there to run operations. We are there to provide technology, research more deeper and feedback. This technology, this exhibition of the production material will move to other cities in the coming time in the next few months. Most probably Washington, and then we'll go to London, and we go to other capitals, Tokyo and the rest, to bring the change. As we put more things out, we develop more. And as I always said, this is the beginning of the knowledge. It is not the totality of knowledge. We just start learning. We haven't even learned the alphabet of the knowledge of this space. But it's a good point we showed in one of the most prestigious positions in China. And now we see the next step in development as the time comes. Going back to the teaching and what we started with and what we do good, and we are very good at it, is explaining the technology creation of the science and what we call the future of man. In the past few weeks, we talked and we taught about what we call time. Maybe to you and many knowledge seekers, time is something just as there. I have lunch, I have break, I have time to meet and the rest of it. But the process of a time is one of the most important factors in the world of creation. What does it mean? As we say, we have the place, you have the position, and you have a position, and with it you create time. Place is the body of the man. The place is the body of the man. The position is muscle tissue of the heart. And gravitational magnetic field of the structure of the amino acid, let's say 2 Tesla and 1 Tesla gravitational and 1 magnetical, that it gives us what we're looking for. When the energy finds the place and the strength, then it creates a life. The time of that cell starts in that position of the body. The structure of the brain of the man, the structure of physicality of the man has dictated what strength this material will arrive. The body of the man has created the condition of what will be in condition in respect to his environment. And the position has decided that how this will interact between the outside and inside. Then the life of the cell starts. The appropriate time which the body can interact with the environment outside, to be able to keep safe the cell and the body, the internal organs of the body, needs a given field of strength that this cell can last 28 days on the skin of the man. Now you see how the time played. The time is decided by the strength of the magnetic field of the cell, decided by the magnetic field of the environment surrounding the cell, and then decided by the body which contains that cell. So the interaction of the three decides 28 days the skin cell will stay or the heart cell will go. Then we understand how the glands and thyroid gland works, how thalamus and other part of the body dictate what energy goes in there, that the energy given to this, what we call the lymph, at this position of the body as the skin of the man, in the body of the man, will interact and live in the environment of the totality. Once man understands this, time plays a main factor, even in the life of the man. What you give to the soul of the man, that the soul of the man gives the soul of physicality of the man, which creates the interaction of the physicality of the man with his environment, that dictates how many years man can live. So if you can increase the magnetic gravitational field, the strength of the soul of the man, the integrity of the soul of physicality of the man, you have increased the lifetime of the man. On the other hand, when you have what we call monoenergetic systems, very much what this means is that in this matter, in this condition, we have a condition of composition, 28 days dictated by other bodies which are not the same. Cell in the body of the man, which itself lives in an environment. When you come to, let's say, a condition of the magnetic field of the matter state, which is all the same, more or less everything is the same, every cell is the same, combination cannot change, then the totality of the combination of the cells, or what we call atoms, in respect to its environment, has an ongoing and ingoing. What it means now, the position is the stone or the metal. The position is being which within this structure, and then the magnetic field, the position. And this rate of in and outgoing and a balance between the cells dictates a fixed time because the surface is too big. The structure of the molecules energy is too high, then dictates inflow and outflow, which can be fully balanced because it's there. You cannot change anything with it. This we call, in the world of the physics, half-life decay. Then again, you see how time played. The strength of the magnetic field of the cell in respect to the structure of it and the environment with place, position, and position dictates time. Now, one understands if in the world of even nuclear, we create a stronger magnetic field in the environment of the cell, we can change the half-life. The half-life given on this planet by the scientific world is in the structure of the magnetic field, gravitational field of the planet. Even the argument has been always that is a half-life the same in China, and is a half-life the same on the top of the Everest, or is it a half-life the same in the bottom of the ocean? Because it's so fractionally so, we haven't had so accurate system to measure this. But in fact, the environment dictated by the planet Earth, which affects the half-life of the atom on this planet. then you see the structure of the time, if one understands, can be changed. If you create a condition of the different gravitational magnetic field in the environments of the nuclear materials, you can change the half-life, because now you change position, or you change the magnetic field of the position, or you change the magnetic field of the place. In the future, although science will be able to, in a way, develop technologies which, with this position, place, and a position, new life in the dimension of the man will be created, what we know as cosmic ray radiation. In the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation, we already produce this radiation. The technology, the know-how is in our grasp. We have, in a way, developed the technology to do so. But for man to understand the future of the space technology, man needs to understand time. You cannot have a time travel, but you can travel in time. By changing gravitational magnetic field strength, you can change, in a way, dimension, the position, and the rest. The reality is, one we look at, is very simple. If I keep the place, which is the body of the man, I change the position, change it from the cell in the heart or the cell in the skin on a cell in the kidney, or change it to a cell on a bone of the man. It's the same lymph. It's how, which magnetic field spectrum of the lymph was used by the thalamus to create the position of the and magnetic field strength of the cell that will cover that position. Could be cell in the bone, could be cell in the kidney. And now we understand how even our lives in our body is controlled and created, where we eat all the food into our stomach, we change it to energy and lymph, and then the lymph, according to the field strength and the change in the strength of magnetic field of the lymph spectrum, will allocate given field spectrum to a given position, and the place is the body of the man. Then the life of the cell is dictated. Now we understand how we live as humans, how our body cells are created in a time, place, and position. Then, in a way, when you create a magnetic field in this condition, in this position, once the cell is created in a given environment, then the energy, once it's vacated, will be filled up by what is to come in as even a spectrum. This is what the world of science has not understood, and maybe it's good to understand now. When we see a magnet, as I said, we see many, many fields going out of it. Each of these fields is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and 10, and 20 Tesla, let's say. Between 5 and 6 Tesla belongs to the heart. Between 10 and 11 Tesla belongs to the bone. So when we receive a lymph, then on the spectrum of its strength, the position and the time starts, which means a full spectrum. When we talk about, in the world of the science of the man, there is 1 trillion, let's say, cells in the body of the man, then the lymph has 1 trillion magnetic field strength combination, which the magnetic field combination of, let's say, 1 and 6 makes the cell of the inner skin of the muscle. And once is dictated in the condition of the fields, is replaced immediately by creation of the replacement of the field energy. What this means, it means once you move one, another one replaces. And if you understand this process, and if you become familiar with the working of it, then you see what I always said. You give me a man with two kidneys, which one is gone missing, you taken out. I create a place, position, and I can create that kidney. The time starts when I get all the factors right, when every aspect of the plasmatic magnetic field of the what we call the lymph has decided. In a way, if you look at the thalamus and thymus, all they do in combination with each other, they decide which is going where and what magnetic field is needed to increase 1 to number 3 or 1 to number 4. So now you understand how in the world of creation, time is the most important factor, because it's not by the element itself which decides the life of a cell. It's not by the element itself which decides the half cycle life of an atom. Is the interaction of the field of it with its place and position and a position which dictates the time. Can we change time in the future? Can we bring the time by increasing or changing one of the three factors of the place, position, and the position, and create to see how that cell in the future, in the same given environment, will show? In fact, maybe we might be able to do it for a few hours or a few days, but if you understand the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth continuously is changing, you understand the gravitational magnetic field of the what we call the position where the man is continuously changing, it will be very hard to predict and to travel a man in time of itself to the future of itself, because you have to create all increase or change reduction in gravitational magnetism of the place or increase in dimension of the magnetism position, that by change of the position you can create a new time. In this process, man will come to understand time does not exist. Time is zero till, in fact, the combination of the place, position, and position is clarified and is fully understood. In the future, man will be able to use this to create time, to live and be able to exist in different plane of time. In a way, you can coexist in 3 dimensions of time if you can create that all cells of your body can interact with 3 dimensions of magnetic gravitational fields of a new place, new position, or new position. Spiritual time in the coming time will be one of the most important factors in the life of man in the space. In fact, what this means is very simple. You do not need to time travel. By creating the right gravitational magnetic field of the position, you travel the time. This is how we see stars in the universe instantaneously. As the time is zero and is instantaneous, this historical claim of the 10,000 light years is for those who have not been enlightened, and they live in a matter state. In the energy state, is instantaneous. It's dimension of understanding of the totality. And in so many ways, man will come to understand the reality about the creation, the creator, and the process of the creation once man understand the game of time. Then you understand why in the past we always refer to star formation. This is how the stars are created. This is, in fact, if you understood, you can, by measuring the field strength of your soul, dictate, understand where it'll have its position, where it'll have its position, and where it has its place. This is why man will change. If you go back into the teaching of past years, with this knowledge and technology, man will change the face of his conduct because he knows if he's moving away further in a place from the Creator or a closeness to Him to be loved, to be receiving more of. And this will affect the future of man because he still be in what we call the position of this universe, and this position of magnetic field dictates the time from its creator, dictates the position from its creator, dictates the condition of understanding the totality of the work of the creation. Life without time does not exist. Life without position of the time cannot be and shall not be, and it cannot be done. In a way, you decide the position. Just 1 second, please. I have something happening here. 1 second. So one, with this process, understand what we've been teaching. The star formation is not just for a space travel. Star formation is travel in time. If you are physical, you create a UFO. If you understand the process of the soul, you can create the time. And if you understand this process, then you understand how the structure of the presentation in Beijing was set. In a way, each reactor was loaded differently. In a way, everything was set to create a time. And the center reactor is the creator of the time. In flight, it becomes the top reactor, where the field strength being equal in all three will dictate where that position of the soul shall be and what time that soul will be in that position. In a way, synchronizing the three, you dictate the time which is the present and which is physical and is in manifestation. But if you learn in the future to play with different factors of time, then you can fly the span of the universe, universe, and right through every position to the center of the Creator's heart by just changing one position. Because you dictate the strength of the field of the time, the position of the time, and when the time starts. This is rather important for us to understand that now you had the option to go with a donkey. You had the option now to go with the UFO. You thought those people in the space are so advanced. You know, understood that you can travel with the energy of the soul. And if you understand this, you can travel at a zero time. As the time does not exist, to feel the strength of the soul of the man dictates its strength, and which of the millions and billions of field strength within it is to be used. In a way, if you choose the field strength of the, let's say, 1 to 10, you will manifest in time 1. If you choose to use the higher strength, 1 to 20, you manifest in 10 to the power of the 10 minus. Because you're going up a higher order you move closer to the Creator. In a way, when you are in that condition, you give more to receive more, and that gravitational magnetic field of the time and the place will affect the time of manifestation and the position and the place. In the future, I will explain this factoring with order of magnitude, and then maybe in another time we'll teach you why men nowadays live longer. Because man is playing with a factor in life. We are eating higher, rich, saturated materials which carry a higher strength magnetic field, which this in change increases the time in the life of the man, moves it further for the whole system to collapse, for the soul to be free. In a way, man is buying himself time, but what it does not do, the possession, which is the physicality of the body of the man, in the cell of the structure of the man, and the place which is this, what we call the man itself, has not found the balance with his environment. And once man finds that balance, man will live for thousands of years. And this is why the soul of the man is limitless in time, because he knows what to give and he knows what to receive. And in that time has not much to lose. So the field position always stays the same. In the future of the science of the teaching, we'll open new chapters for man to understand the creation and the creator, where again goes back to what? If you're interested in physical life, I give you the UFO. If you're interested in having what has been hidden from you to work within the what we call physical dimension of the man, but in the dimension of his energy, we taught you about the soul of the man. And if you really want to live in the dimension of the creation and the creator, the time and how it has created, how it'll create, and in a way, if you understand is, time in the whole of the universe is zero. We become observer of the position of the interaction of the fields, but then it goes back to one thing, that which field of strength came, at what position, what place, to create the time. Where is the beginning of the time? As is it 13.5 billion? They changed their mind, the scientists, and it was 4.5 billion till a few years ago. And is it trillions of years? But man has not seen the true time. Man only sees one phase of the time in the gravitational magnetic field position of the system. What happened if we change this, and the time of the man will become trillions of years? So our universe, our life, our creation is not billions. It runs in trillions by the time of the man. But man has to find the field strength of the creator to bring that to the position of zero, to become part of, to be as has been. Being zero, reaching that 0 point, is the what we call the creation of the creator. I hope I open your eyes into a new dimension of life. And I hope now you understand why time is there. We don't time travel. We travel into the time. We travel the time to create life, to create confirmation of existence, and to bring about the biggest change in the life of the man. I made man in the image of myself. Time for me is never been, shall never be. I'm everlasting, as there is no time for me to last into, but I last the whole of the time. Maybe as knowledge seekers, you come to understand your journey of the knowledge has just begun, and not 10 years ago. And then maybe for those who are enlightened, understand the process of the creation through the time of the creation, which is the outcome of the interaction of the field of the place, the possession, and the position. Teaching of today is very heavy. If you understand it, becomes heavier in the truth of what it is. But for those of you who have not understood, you're still in the time travel of the man's imagination of the matter factor and not understanding the work of the energy. One day we all mature. It's just when we accept the truth. We go for a small break and we come back and we'll see what is to come in time. Good morning, good day to you as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge against my Keshe Foundation Spiritual Institute. We welcome you back and we try to see what we can learn together about the space of time and time in the space. In the past few weeks, as we endeavor to understand time, what creates time and what is the essence of time. A number of what are called puzzles in the process of creation becomes very clear. For example, is the time being on Mars is the same as the time being here on this planet? We calculate our days according to the time of the Earth. So many hours makes one day. But Mars or Jupiter or another star has a different time position than us. How do we match up? How do we gain time to be the same time as the position of departure or arrival? On the planet Earth, when we travel from one line, we decided to be the line of horizon, to the other, we are back or forward by a few hours. How do we adjust the time in a space? And how do we arrive in the passage of time in that place, not 1,000 years before or another 1,000 years ahead, but today's time, on Earth, equal time? If you ever studied cosmology, you will see that planet Earth is not the only one with a slight angle from its vertical position. It creates the seasons, it creates its time of horizon, and the rest of it. Out of number of planetary system in the solar system, only one or two are near vertical. The rest all have an angle. They have a position of angle. And this position of angle decides a lot of things in respect to the what we call the energy position and possession. What is such a magnetic field on Earth with its some degree of what we call deviation? It will be totally different than in Venus, which is going the opposite direction, and its days are very different. For example, Saturn has an inclination of 26 degrees from the vertical. You look at the Uranus, is more or less 90, 100 degrees. When we consider going, for example, from Earth to Mars, Mars is the closest to us in the inclination of the angle. But Mars has very similar, what we call time as with us, which is the closest to us. We run about 24 hours. Mars is about 24 hours. But how come Mars does not sustain life? We don't see life on it. And how can we transfer time from one planet to another, from one star to another, from one galaxy to another? In the coming time, when we start what we call traveling in different dimension, which brings us to time of zero, we can change the magnetic field strength of the position. That it will bring the time to the place and position of the creator. What this means, it means if we manage to reach the absolute zero, in a way gravitational than magnetical, then we should be able to travel in the time of zero, time start of the universe. Which means we manage to get on the line of the expansion of the universe, and if we do the same, it will be the unicos. In the future, mankind will not travel with UFOs, that's for sure. It's too slow. Mankind will not travel by transmutation. It is slow compared to travel in time. What does this mean? This means that once our knowledge reaches the maturity of the place, position, and position, magnetic gravitational field, direction and interaction with totality of the universal field, man can travel the time into the time of the creation. And in that process, man should be able to see the whole process of the expansion, creation of the universe, if man understands position and position of every field strength in the dimension of the interaction with this environment. In the coming time, as we develop technologies, as we develop systems to replicate the time, man will come to understand one thing. Would time carry the impression of the emotion of the man? Because that emotion makes the man in a dimension of position and position. One of the main or cornerstones of the time to travel or travel in time will be the essence of understanding of the emotion, not even the soul of the man, but the emotion of the soul. That the time with the emotion creates the place, creates the position, and creates the condition of position. Man can travel in the position of a stone, listen in the voice of the soul of the stone to what we call the position, what is happening, and then return back in position and time to be in time for confirmation of existence. In the future, mankind will not travel. Mankind will not consider the method, the ways that we have chosen to live to exist, and then the life becomes immortal. Immortality won't be 1,000 years. If the man can travel into the time of the existence, knows the knowledge, then the man will live eternity in the lifetime of the universe. In that time, there is no losses, and in that time, there is no gains in the direction of the field of the motion of the existence. Today's understanding of time by man has created itself a dilemma for man to see the truth about the creation, the time of creation, the way that the whole world of creation was created. In so many ways, if we expand the knowledge of the creation of the position and then understand the creation of the place, the man can decide on position of the man. Once you create the time and understand the game of time is the order of magnitude of the collective fields of the all three in all the dimensions of the field strength, then man can change the time and create the position or the place. In transmutation systems, we play with one factor of the time. And once man can play with all three factors, man will find eternal life. The true understanding of the creation, and even one can go through the what we call universal condition of reversing the whole structure of the what we call life cycle. Darwin speaks about mutation in the structure of the DNA of the man. We call evolution. If man can understand the evolution in time, man will see the whole progress of the creation of the universe. In a way, man needs to go in time of what we call the creation of the black hole, the essence of the creation of the creator. Today's teaching is not for those who don't understand. Today's teaching needs thousands of years to be understood. And we teach for that day. As man unravels more and more the secrets of the position, the magnetic field, the strength of life, in every dimension of creation, in the essence of interaction and understanding of the totality. Then it comes for us to further understand. We have the time we chose of the earthly time. What is the position of our solar system time? We have never considered. We have always looked at where we live and what we are concerned about. We have a horizon. Where is the horizon of our sun? We have never endeavored to understand this because our knowledge is so self-centered on this planet. Then when the knowledge seekers of the future understand the process, the understanding of totality, then it becomes very interesting. What this means, I'm trying to bring you to understand. We have the sunrise of our planet. It creates a time for us according to our system. We always considered how long it takes our planet to rotate around our sun. We always measured the sunrise or the speed of rotation from one point to another of different planets and their moons on this solar system. But what is the time? What is the horizon line for our star? How long does it take for it to change dimension in respect to its black hole, the central position of its galaxy? When we travel the time, we have to consider that time, as we are not in the time of the Earth, but we are in time of the solar system. Then we have to add another dimension to create the dimension of field strength of the galaxy in respect to the center, where is the horizon on our galaxy in respect to the center of point. Then you understand, to create a dimension of the position and the place with the creator needs multitudes of what we call magnetic field strength in respect to the time of the planet, the galaxy, the solar system, and even the totality of the black hole itself, the center point itself. As this center point itself has a horizon in respect to the universe. Creating time to travel the span of the universe is different than the time on this planet, as we have to consider different order of magnitudes of the magnetic field and gravitational field of the solar system, and not only of the planet. What this means, if you go back, for example, to the teaching of the years ago, when we used to deal with the multi-core systems, each core has to create the time magnetic fields of the Earth, the solar system, another core, then the galaxy, another core, and then. Then you understand, to create, to travel the span of time, to see the creator, or to be part of the creation, needs full understanding of the magnetic field, the spectrum of the creation. One day in the future, man will understand that in his soul, all these dimensions, magnetic field strength exist. And if he manages to tap into this, man can travel the span of the universe in totality of the time of the creation. This is how you travel in your dreams. This is how you travel, going to different parts of the universe, coming into interaction with other things, and you still haven't realized that the capability and the power of the brain of the man within the structure of it, which can confine and hold the soul of the man within it. Then it comes to ask one question: how shall we create the time in the dimension and a position of the Creator. In the coming time, when the man's knowledge reaches to understand the full spectrum of the gravitational magnetic field of the plasma in a cosmic ray level, man will start unraveling the secrets of the creation in a much deeper way, in a much fundamental way, and in totality of understanding the process of the creation. We lay down the fundamental understanding. We try to understand the totality of the structure. And then we try to go further to understand the structure of the creation. And one cannot reach this understanding till man understands the position, and the place are all dictated by the collection of the fields of the totality of the times of the universe, according to their magnetic field strength. In the coming time, when we can change any factor of the magnetic fields of any of the places, the position or the possession, in conjunction with the change in one of the factors of the time, man will be able to travel the span of the universe according to the wish of the man through the strength of the soul of the man. Man has that capability in his soul. Man, or any plasma which has intelligence of the emotion, has the capability to create time. We have accepted that we create time in our head, in our brain, in our soul, that we call it the morning, where we accepted freely. Morning for me is different morning than somebody else's in another position. But now we have to accept the morning for me is different than the creatures of the soul of the universe. What does this mean? In a very subtle way, we are trying to introduce you to understanding of the other lives in other dimensions across the universe, where they live, they exist due to different time in gravitational magnetic field strength, and not of the man's amino acid plasma of the life. As man, in the recent past, has found out through technological development that even life exists in the deepest part of the ocean, in the deepest holes ever dug in the what we call the solid part of this planet, the same way life exists in the universe. Thriving, the same process, understanding the creation and the creator in their own time, in their own place, in their magnetic field, the strength of their possession and the position. Some men in the past have managed to free float, free travel the span of the universe by creating the dimension of the full spectrum of the creation. And that is so easy that once one man understands, man gains access to the knowledge of the universe, and then become wise in his true understanding of the creation. But the most important part is that that condition does not need no language, as one understands, gets enlightened by the knowledge of the creation through essence of the emotion, and not by dimensional physicality of the time, place, position, and position. I made man in the image of myself, and I possess the full spectrum. Why not the soul of the man? When man exists through my soul, as I exist through the soul of the man, I am the beginning and I am the end. But the end is the beginning of the end. Which means all the fields of the time, place, and position exist within the structure of the soul of the man. And if man understands it, man can live the way, the same as the Creator. Man shall be the beginning, man shall be the end. And at the same time, man will be strong enough to understand how the life will have different meaning in different times as man travels into it. It's not anymore what is going to be in 1,000 years on earth. It's more like what is going to be next second in another position in the universe. This is what happens to the soul of the man at the point of departure from the what I call cage of the physicality of the man. Man travels in time to reach the time of his start. Then, if one understands this, one be able to create that condition to measure the field, the strength of the possession of the soul of the man, man easily can find the time where the soul of the man reaches its destination, the place and the position. Then this puts an end to physical reincarnation, but incarnation will be in the essence of the fields of the soul of the man, in the dimension of the existence of the soul of the Creator, where the emotion of the Creator will dictate the emotion of the soul of the man. Emotion exists when two plasma interact. The soul of the man, in possessing the totality spectrum of the fields of the universe, will carry and possess the emotion of the Creator within it, which is the next step in understanding the process of the creation. These knowledges and what is taught today is not in the book of the man, as man has never understood the truth about the process of creation. This is the job of us as the universal teacher, to open the eye of the man to the knowledge of the creation in a true way, where the man independently has to investigate and develop the fields within it to understand the process of the creation and its Creator. There is no prophecy. It's only you who have to understand the strength of the what we call, what you gathered in your soul, for where it shall go. Would you like the time and destination, the place, and the what we call position of it? Would you like to be within the cell of a animal or creature, or to be the creator of that dimension? And secondly, how can you change your position in respect to the time of the creation, where then the position and the position and the place become irrelevant, that the time shorter to the Creator becomes the essence of the creation of the heaven for man. Zero time means to be within. And when you have time, it means to be away from. And then, once you can measure that time, it puts you in a position to understand the true position of yourself in respect to the place you manifested, in respect to the lover of the Creator, which is this Creator itself. Maybe, as I said before, you'll find out not too late in the very near future, where shall be my soul, in which time, place, position, and possession, and is this where it's supposed to be, and is this the purpose of my life? The creation of the time closer to zero, which becomes and brings you to the Creator, is the promised heaven. And if you understood this, go back to the teaching of the past, it dictates the position and at the same time the place. When the place, the time, the position, and the position reaches more or less zero, which is totality of generosity of giving, then you are within the time of the Creator. Then you feel the whole emotion of the creation, and you become enlightened, the whole process of creation for this universe and not the universe. As at that time, man needs to understand the totality of the gravitational magnetic fields of the cosmic rays of the Creator, which has created to the Creator of the man. This is a big puzzle for man to unravel, but we had to lay down the knowledge that the man in the future has a reference to build on and to understand. We go for a break and we come back and try to answer. But try to listen to the teaching of today, and through it there is a message how you can elevate your soul and how to reach to that point of zero where you become part of the Creator. And if you have not understood in the future, your future generations might understand the teaching of today. Find the horizon of the sun. Then you have managed to move into the next step. And not just the horizon of the man on this planet. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. As usual, we try to expand the knowledge and see how much we can understand more about ourselves, our environment, our world, when we are going from a little village of Earth into the cosmopolitan universe of the Creator. In the past few weeks, as has been the trend, we concentrate on a matter for months and months and sometimes a couple of years to expand more and more in deeper way for people to understand. We're still busy with understanding of time. Time has no characteristics. Time is the creature created by and through conditions which he has no control. But in a way, it sets and it sits in operation of one life, one existence anywhere in the universe. In the past few weeks, we explained about the place, position, and possession. But time is not only created by that. If you refer back into the what I call connection of the soul, we always spoke from the very first teaching, some 500 odd teachings ago, about the emotion. Emotion is not characteristics and is not exclusivity of physical life. Emotion is a reaction. How we decide to react is an operator. In a way, when everything comes together, how I'm going to react. Man has emotion, animals have emotion, plants have emotion, galaxies have emotion, even the universes have emotion. But we do not see, we are not aware of. We are aware of our own emotion, or a cat we see, or a dog. But emotion is a cornerstone of creation of time. It's not, as I always said, life has two sides, yin and yang. Place, position, and possession is a matter side of it, is a tangibility, physicality of it. But every physical condition has an energy parallel. The energy parallel of time in a physical place, position, and possession is emotion. One of the cornerstones of it is emotion, because it has to react, it has to show what it gathered and how it can show itself. In the dimension of the man's understanding, if you go back in all the teachings, I always say, you take from these teachings according to your intelligence. Intelligence is in how you assess the emotion received and how you react, how you bring the past information to bring it in position. Emotion exists in both dimensions. Intelligence exists in one dimension, and that's in the dimension of energy. In a way, if you can describe emotion in a different way, it's like when you have two magnetic gravitational fields, we create mass, and interaction of them with another gravitational magnetic field creates weight, which has no connection to the actual two entities, is the outcome of the balance of the fields of the two. Emotion is in that category, is an outcome of the interaction of the two worlds of physicality. In the world of science, we call it salt. Connects the physical side, or what you call it, matter side, to the other side. But emotion itself is created out of interaction of what we call the fields of the physical part. Now, if you have emotion and you gathered intelligence, which is the knowledge of the past, again, intelligence has no dimension of physicality. Like emotion is the energy side, it's the field side. When you put the emotion in conjunction with intelligence, or your understanding, from what you understood, how you react, it creates enlightenment. This is the mystery of life. We look for enlightenment, but if you look, when emotion is in a matter state and you're in the stress, you create yourself a heart attack, brain hemorrhage. You create all sorts of physical damages. But if the emotion is in the level of the soul of the man, energy side, what we call in without dimension, and interacts with the intelligence for what you understood in that emotion, it brings enlightenment. As we had the place, the position, and the position, in the dimension of energy, we have the emotion, the intelligence, and enlightenment. Again, as we saw, the position, and the place creates the dimension of time in the matter state. This creates time in the dimension of the energy. When you're enlightened, then the time has no position. The time moves on according to the strength of intelligence, what you gathered, how you added the emotion, and what emotion brought you the intelligence, what it brought you the enlightenment. Then we see, for example, people who tell us things, and in the future we see, they say, oh, this guy 200 years ago said such a thing. This means that the guy had emotion, had the intelligence, and with that intelligence he was enlightened, which that enlightenment is 200 years time ahead, 200 years ahead. So the emotion, the enlightenment, and the intelligence, time brings a different factor of dimension away from dimension of physicality. We call them future tellers, but in fact, you have to look at the structure of their life, what they went in, what affected their emotion, what intelligence they had, and that intelligence, what enlightenment brought them, that the time has moved on. The time is years, hundreds of years, because they assess the intelligence by all the knowledge, not by the physical emotion. We react with the physical emotion. We shout, we run, we create a new time by running from one place to another. In the dimension of the enlightenment is the time factor ahead. And this is where the man, if he understands how to connect the emotion between the emotion of physicality and the emotion of the soul of the man and the intelligence, and get enlightened, uses to create the new time in the dimension of the transmutation. Because now it's not a physical time, it's not morning, afternoon, and lunch. It's a time where that intelligence, that enlightenment, give the man on this planet 200 years ahead, but gives the soul of the man a position in the dimension of universe we actually exist. Because intelligence in that part, in that moment, is equal to intelligence of another position, place, and position in the space. Now we see time has two factors, one in a matter state and one in an energy state. And once the man of knowledge, those who get enlightened understand, will understand soon that you can use the time to travel between the energy or matter and bring the dimension of the energy, the enlightenment, into the matter state of the position. I made man in an image of myself, as I have two images of an energy, a manifestation of physicality of the universe, but the energy, the enlightenment which flows across the universe I created. Has no dimension of physicality, but is the outcome of the interaction of the fields of me. I am the creator. In a way, you water a plant physically, but you give the rays of the sun for it to grow. One is a matter state and one is energy. Enlightenment, the time in the dimension of the fields of the energy, is that sun. But the time on the plant is the physicality of the growth physically. One cannot exist without the other. We cannot grow a plant without the other. We see this in the world of creation. I referred to it last week in the teaching because I knew what's going to come this week. We explain why life exists on this planet. Because of this angle, the four seasons, creation of diversity. But there is a mystery in the world of the creation that, as I said, we are those clouds which become to the outer edge of the atmosphere and then rain back in. We go back to the mother, we rain back again on the earth, we evaporize, we come back to. And this process happens, and we see this in cosmology very clearly. And man does not understand this because man doesn't have the insight to knowledge to understand. As we rain back in, the characteristics is most of the time the same. What does this mean? The time, the place, the position in interaction with the time of the energy at a given point of space-time interaction creates a specific condition. Today, I unravel a secret that will shock the world of knowledge, but in time man will understand. As we rain back in, depending on the condition of atmosphere, we are a rain, we are a snow, we become hailstone, and become blizzard, depending on the condition of the speed of the environment. But at the end, we become that water. Depending on the atmospheric condition as the moisture goes through. Therefore, if we look at the condition at a given temperature and pressure, snow turns to hailstone, turns to raindrop, and then it becomes a raindrop back into the earth. If you look at the world of cosmology, that raindrop goes through the condition to become ready, then to become that raindrop. There is a lot of discussion in the world of creation, in the world of cosmology about Mars. We look at Mars, we look at the structure of its physicality. They tell us it had rivers, they tell us it has this, it has that. But in fact, if you look at the time, if you look at the angle of inclination of the Earth and Mars, is nearly the same. Few millidegrees, few seconds and minutes apart. What does this mean? This means Earth was in a position of Mars. It started the characteristic change to have rivers and structures before it reaches the position closer to the mother, to the sun. What we see on Mars is the past life of Earth in that position. And what will happen to Mars when it gets to this orbit in respect to the sun as Earth is, we start seeing life. We see the evolution on this planet as it comes closer. It's taken its position, it's taken its angle, it's taken its diversity, it's taken every possible position and position with this condition. It is very simple. It is absolutely simple if you want to understand this. I bring you a couple of pictures that it might bring a lot of truth into a lot of our lives. And then you understand what the time, the position, and then the enlightenment and the emotion, and then the intelligence come all together. the planet Mars is in a state of the place, position, and possession. When it reaches at a certain field, the strength of the enlightenment of the light of the Creator, which is the position of the Earth today, it will revive to a life because the Earth has moved on to the position of the Venus moving forward. And when you look at these pictures, when you understand this in reality, just look at the times. Earth has 23:56 degrees, 56 minutes. Mars has 24 hours and 37 minutes. It's coming in. It's coming to replace life on Earth, where Earth, by going closer to the creation of what we call itself, to the mother, we lose life on this planet. What we see in Venus, we will see on our Earth in the coming time. But as you go forward, again, you look at the angle of the Earth and the angle of the Mars. Then you understand life is a position, but it has a place which is connected to the emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment. Those of us who are trying to go to Mars, to start living in Mars, travel instead of your physical dimension, in the dimension of the energy, the soul, and stand outside, your new planet will come. Mars will be the next generation of life, where life, the way we see on this planet, will come to enlightenment. It'll come to live. It'll have life on it. And if you look at all the planetary system, if you look at the structure of all the solar systems which contain life, this position, place, emotion, enlightenment, and intelligence work together, create a new time for life in a given space and time in both dimensions, as we call in Chinese, yin and yang. So what we see on Mars is the pastime of Earth. The rivers come and go, but it needs to get into the place and the position of Earth, orbital condition, manifestation of physicality to create new condition of lives. And the world of science very soon will understand what I explained. You have to have a given position, place, with the dimension of emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment. And in that position, you find life. In a condition man is used to. So if you go on Mars and look at Earth, you see the future of Mars. When we're standing on Earth, we look back to Mars, we see the past of Earth, how we became, how it developed, how it energized to be, and everything fits into one and to another. But when we look at the Venus, the evolution of the turn after about 45 degree becomes so rapid that it takes a full twist, and then by interaction of the fields inside, moves in. Therefore, with understanding of the totality of the knowledge, with understanding how the two are similar, is not coincidental. We are coming in and we're going through. The place is always the same. This orbit creates life. The position between the Earth and Mars is the same because It carries the gravitational magnetic field, the strength of the mother. The emotion on the Mars, when reaches the point of the Earth orbit, will dictate creation of new entities, new lives. And if you understand the space between the Mars and the Earth, and then you will see a time will come that we will see life on both planets at the same time. Mars will, being further out, having a bigger expansion of magnetic gravitational field atmosphere, allow large creatures, what we call the dinosaurs, to be grown up. Man who lives in that atmosphere condition will be a very tall man. Then, in so many ways, we go through the evolution of time. If you are a man who's born on Mars and look at the Earth, you see the future of the man, but with different intelligence, with different understanding. And you have to understand at the same time as the Mars is taking position for Earth, the sun is losing its power. So different creatures, different souls will be created on Mars in position and the place of the Earth. It will not be replication. They'll have different emotion, they have different intelligence, they have most probably less intellect than the man of today. As the sun loses the strength, the heat becomes less as we see it during the day. As we move away from the light of the sun in the afternoon is different than the heat on the top. Lunchtime, their strength is less. So the intelligence of the creatures on Mars will be different than us. We will start finding lives inside inner sanctums, layers of the Mars, as they become the original structure of life. In the past week, in the laboratory tests, we have seen creatures created. We created the condition. We have recorded it to confirm the change in time, and we can dictate what creatures will be created in coming time. As I said, I have a box with me somewhere in the lab. It's been with me since 2007, 8. Creatures inside it that have their own intelligence. I watch them, I see them. Because I created the place, position, and position, but I did not give the condition of the emotion, the intelligence, and the enlightenment. That is kept within. Once it's opened up, we have to see how it reacts. And the same thing goes with the man. This factor of angle difference between the Earth and the Mars is not coincidental. It's exactly how it should be. Because in coming time, Earth will match in around that 24 hours. And this is a time when we start seeing life on both planets. Till Earth moves further in. When Mercury gets absorbed into the Sun, Mars will move in the place of Earth, Earth moves in the position of Venus, and will take the same characteristic and further on. And then we see the what we call Jupiter behind Mars will start taking position of Mars. We see valleys, we will see rivers, we will see the first structure of life. The planets have to be made ready to become bearer of life, of the structure we see, even though they themselves create life in their own position, and place. There's as much life on Neptune as is on Earth. But man has to become too wise. Man has to become to understand the process of creation. Each place, position, and position has a time. When the time of the position and the place matches the time of the emotion, the intelligence, and most of you understand, will be the same time. It gets enlightened. And when the two time match, life is created. Yin and yin, physicality and energy. There is no life if there is no sun. Sun is the enlightenment, and life is a dimension of physicality. Today, I unravel the knowledge that those who will come the man of space need to know. If you're looking for a position and a place to carry life in, you'll have to look for the six to find a common time denominator. Time of life, beginning of life of the energy in the dimension of the soul of the man. We do that with our children, with the womb of the mother. Now you understand why we talk about the children of Mitra. Those are created in the dimension of energy, and man children which are created out of interaction of physicality. Now you understand how the children of Mitra will be enlightened to understanding of the totality of the creation in all dimensions of the creation, and not the earthly matter physicality of the man. They are intelligent. They understand the totality of the creation, where man is busy with the dimension of physicality. When I read and I hear that Mr. Musk is going to the Mars, I was going to write to him, don't rush. Wait here. Get yourself into space. Mars will arrive and life will be on it. This is the truth about understanding the process of the what we call cosmic rays, cosmology of life, rays of cosmos, which creates life. I explained to a knowledge seeker, coincidentally, accidentally, but by the will of God, or whatever you call it, cosmic rays is the creation of mark of the creation. And coincidentally, the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation is Mark Ray. We mark that ray which creates a life in the universe. Understanding of life is not coincidental. It needs the maturity. It needs the intelligence. It needs the enlightenment to understand. Man can be enlightened and live in another dimension, as is the dimension of energy, while man lives, matures as a man on this planet in the dimension of physicality. I made man in the image of myself. I exist within me, within the center of the creation, and I enlighten. And in the dimension of physicality, the furthest point from me, I create man to confirm my existence. Soul of the man is the connection in the dimension of energy, where the physicality of the man is a confirmation of manifestation of its existence. One day, today's teaching will change the course of history of the knowledge, when the man understands the process of creation. We don't live by time. Our life creates the time. We don't travel the time. Time travels with us because we are creator of it. Once man understands the importance and connection between the time on the energy side and the time on the matter state energy, man will break through one of the biggest discoveries of science and knowledge of the universe and creation. When those two times come together, lead to creation and connection to the creator. But it needs the intelligence of the man to understand, appreciate, analyze, and comprehend the difference between the two times. To match the time of the energy and to match the time of the physicality together to be the same leads to the creation of the man with the soul of the man within it, with restriction on its totality. The soul of the man is confined within the structure of the physicality of the brain of the man. And then the soul of the physicality of the man and the soul of the man are constrained with the dimension of the atmospheric gravitational field of this planet. Man needs to break through to understand more. Independent investigation of the man's own field of strength is the responsibility of every man to understand where the soul will be and where and what intellectual line sits in understanding the what we call enlightenment level. Birds fly with birds and cats with cats. Doctors go together and the lawyers together because they have that level of intelligence which matches. They've been trained for that. So shall be the soul of the man when reaches that enlightenment, has a position which the other souls of the same enlightenment possess in a given position and dimension in the universe. If you understand this, then it comes to the next point of understanding that even the galaxies are created out of the enlightenment. And those who are enlightened of the same strength, magnetic field strength and understanding, will find their position in that universe. In a way, if you're a doctor, you go where the doctors are in the hospital, and if they're a lawyer, you go to court where all the lawyers are. So when the man knowledge increases and understand more and reaches more mature enlightenment, you will find that each galaxy is characterized by the field strength of that structure of the souls which are enlightened to be, and in that position that lead to manifestation of new stars. This is why the galaxies are so crowded, because there are so many enlightenments, while the creatures by created life across this universe find their position. Then if man one day can reach the dimension of intelligence to be able to measure the field strength of the enlightenment, you can directly point out to which galaxy that soul will manifest itself in, and even its position and the place. These are the mysteries of the creation. And as a teacher, it's our job to enlighten you that when you go across different galaxies, across different universes, understand the intelligence of, the reason of, the purpose of existence of that galaxy, universe, in the unicos. I hope today I open your eyes to a new dimension of knowledge. This is our job to enlighten you. As I said, I take you to the point of the heaven. Mitra's daughter's job to take you through the heaven. But man has to be prepared, dressed, and be ready to take that position. That is ready to understand the connection between the time of energy and the time of physicality. That interaction on its own brings a new dimension that the man is not aware of, and it leads to the time of creation. The origin of the gravitational magnetic fields, the origin of the magnetic fields. As I said, one of the books will be about magnetic fields. And from now on, you understand that that book is written by you understanding it and by us explaining it. And in the future, that book will be written by the man himself and the creatures of the universe. Just remember, the matching time between the Earth and the Mars and the angle of inclination is not coincidental. It's our wish and our will, and it's the process of the creation, and shall be observed across the universe. Good morning, good day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to Institute of Knowledge Seekers programs from Keshe Foundation Special Institute, we are back in the track of time and how time affects us. In the world of creation, time does not exist. In a way, until a field position, and at the same time, the dimension of energy side collectively work together, and that's when it's done. As we say in the world of the man, the dead body hasn't got a time because his time on this planet is finished. Because the physical side has stopped working, but the energy side, which is the soul of the man, still in the functionality of his work within the structure of the man. Soul is still within, has not left. And when the soul leaves and the physicality is in its 3 dimension, it still exists. So time, life exists when both the physical side and the energy side interact, coexist. Even for a stone is the same as is for the man. A stone has a life because it's dynamic. If you listen to the intro just now, where we say we are just positioned in a solid state of the, what we call brain of the universe, like the brain of the man, we say our bodies, our brain is made of different cells, and each cell has millions of atoms. And each atom has so many electrons, protons, neutrons, and then we say, when we look inside the neutron, for example, he has up quarks, down quarks, and the rest of it. In fact, we are one of those up quarks. And we only see that part of the universe of neutron. Then this exists in an atom. And then this atom has got so many neutrons and protons and electrons. And then itself is nothing, even that cell, because there's another billions of cells to make that brain. Then if you take life away from that up quark, down quark, whatever the scientists call it, then what happens to the rest of the operation of that cell, that neutron, that electron which is connected to it, and the rest of it? So, by the scale of work, we are irrelevant. but at the same time, but the scale of work, we are everything. Because if that up quark, down quark, whatever we see, which is the solar system, which within it is us, does misfunction, the rest have to react. The atom changes, and then the cell dies, and the whole body, the whole brain has to react to it. This is how it works in the rest of the universe. We are that speck of dust in that quark, and we still fight for it. We still time for it. We still exist to confirm our existence. And it's in the same process. An electron in an atom still moves, rotates, has a dynamic life, but is insignificant compared to the atom, and then that atom in a cell, and then that cell in a what you call a unit part of the brain of the man, and then in the brain of the man. And this is how we should understand it. So the time that electron has to be in that position, that up quark has to be in that position, is the time of his existence. This is the time which interacts with the rest of it. And when that time is not there, the physical dimension of that up quark which we observe has come to an end. And a new cycle in the remaining part of it starts in a new position, and in a new, what we call, place in the brain of the man. So when we look at the structure of us as an entity on this planet, we are just that. The whole planet is that up quark, and we are in it. So the time which we talk about the position, and the place on the physical side, and then what you call the emotion and the intellect, and the what we call the third factor, which is part of us to make the second time enlightenment. And you need the two times to interact to be able to give life to both sides. But the interesting part with the whole thing is that, as we said, magnetical and gravitational create the mass. The interaction of this mass with gravitational and magnetic field of the earth creates a weight. Now we have two times, both energy dependent and not matter, because now they are functionality of their own. What happens when they interact? One becomes gravitational and one becomes magnetical. And in the time, the interaction will become zero, which means we go back to the point of the inception. We go back to the origin. We become part of the creation. This is how we reign out and we reign back in the dimension of the totality work of the universe. Because when we become the interaction of two times, we become now to interact with another, feel the strength of the time of the creation. Then it manifests itself as time, place, position, and the energy and the manifestation of the emotion. I'm made man in the image of myself. I have no image because I'm timeless, and my image is according to the manifestation of my time, position, and position. In fact, if you look at it, the energy side, in interaction on its own, the time of it becomes the soul of it. the time on the matter side becomes the soul of physicality of it. The interaction of the two leads to the creation of the creator. The way the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man in interaction with the environment of the earth leads to manifestation of physicality of the man. This leads to creation of the universe of the creator. This is how we are part of it, and it's part of us. In time, we become part of. And in time, we become it, the creator of the time itself. In fact, the interaction of us in two dimensions leads to creation, manifestation of us. So is the time interaction, leads to creation, manifestation of the creator. This is how we are made in the image of, because we are the creator. We are not the image, but in reality we are part of the totality of the creation of that image. In the knowledge, when a man reaches that point, then will understand different strength field of the time will dictate the position of the man in the unicos. Because then we are within the environment of the unicos and not the universe. In a way, we move from the mass to become the weight, and that weight has its own time, position, and position. But the question for the man is there an end to it, or is this the beginning? In a way, if one understands the process, this process leads to what we've been teaching for past 10 years. Dimension of physicality, the ganses, then the fields, then the soul, then the time. One is creator of the other, and one cannot exist without the other. Then, once you understand how the soul of the man, which has the emotion and intellect, and it's in a way reaches the point of its evolution, then become the basis for the foundation of the creation. If man understands the process of the intellect, if man understands the process of enlightenment, then the man understands how to connect the two times together, to move from physicality to the dimension of energy, and then in time of the energy be able to transmute to the time of the physicality. This is why we don't need to move the physicality of the man if we can create the time of the man in a place, position, and a position. This is why the physicality, the dimension of the breathing, the dimension of thought, the dimension of emotion has to work together. That creates that time that one can transmute from one to another. When you change the rhythm of the breathing, when you change the position of the physicality in the taking, balancing energy with this environment, and at the same time you create the emotion, then you can create the time to travel between the two. And this is what the knowledge seekers have not understood. This is why in the test of past few months and past few weeks, we ask the pilots to tell their intention, because they have to set the time, they have to set the parameters that the time can follow within to create the emotion. I expect to see Paris, so I create that emotion of expectation of, and then I change my breathing in the change of dimension of physicality. I bring the balance of the time between the two. I travel in time. No, I do not travel in dimension of the physicality. And as the time is connected to each other, the soul and the physicality never separate. The fear of man of his demise does not exist if the man understands how to bring the emotion in connection with the physical dimension of the what we call possession. You cannot change your place. You cannot change your position. But by breathing, by physical changes in the dimension, you can change the strength of the fields, to change the time, to bring it in balance with the emotion time, which is in connection with the intelligence and with what we call enlightenment. This is the way to transmute. This is why we start teaching about the time. You learn about the soul. You try the transmutation. Why doesn't it work? Because you have to bring the emotion to control the time of the energy. And you have to bring the breathing in time to connect to the time of the energy and the physicality together, that it allows you to transmute between the two. Now you understand why most of you or some of you get there. We have a lady who wants to see Christ, and it's the first time she moved into the system in Linz, she saw the Christ. This is what she wanted, because the emotion and the breathing created condition was together. So you reach, you travel the time, you see the reality, you meet with your Christ. This is how I said, give me time, I'll bring the Christ to you to see, because you create that time for it. Because the emotion, the desire, and the physicality to be in position can be brought together in same time. It is not that just you can travel in time forward, you can travel back time in energy level that you see to dimension of manifestation, but you hardly can, on the specific condition, create the place, position, and the position. But you can see the energy interaction of, which manifests itself like a dream in reality of meeting. The time is the connector. And when man matures to understand how to bring the two together, then man reaches another step, that he can create that condition of the mass, which with the interaction of the creation of the creator, creates the manifestation of the physicality, like the soul and the soul of physicality, where the time of the soul of the man, what we call the time of the energy and physicality, meets up with the soul of the creator in the dimension of time. This is how you meet your creator, because then the time created by dimension of the energy and the mass becomes the mass, and then that in interaction of the soul of the physicality of the creator, in reality the soul of the creator leads to manifestation of the creation, what we call the universe. So we are part of it. Our soul is in interaction, creates part of the physical manifestation of the creation. Now you understand why I made man in the image of myself, because I have to interact with the time of the man to be able to create, to show manifestation of the man, that it becomes my image in the dimension of the unicos. Then a lot becomes clearer how, as knowledge seekers, you have to transmute. We provide the dimension of the interaction of the two times. That's the functionality of the system. This is why we connect with your headphones. And then you change the emotion. This is why when we tell people go to such a place, they go, because we create the dimension of the time for that position and the place and the position. Next time you're in the systems, monitor your breathing and see how your breathing changes. This is how your body, your physicality changes its dimension of the time to meet with the time of this energy side. This is why those of you cannot fly, cannot see, because you cannot match the two. In coming time, I'll explain how easy this can be done. Then the transmutation become part of the process. If you go back to the teaching of years and years ago, I call, or the universe calls the man, the four-wheelers. Instead of learning to use the spherical dimension of the time between the two, man has chosen the wheel of the man to cart it. This is where the man has separated himself from the rest of the structure of the work of the universe. This is how we create those materials on the table which you see. Created of the time. But the intention put in, the condition created is to produce certain materials. You see the matter, but you don't understand the principle of the work. Because within the structure, we have hidden the process of the conversion, interaction, balance between the energy and the matter. Once you understand the connection of the time between the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man, then you can transmute. They only interact when they match. And then you understand how you can take the physicality from one place to another in time. Try to understand the process of the creation, not the process which we are forced to understand with the false assumption of the man. Try to understand you are the key in conversion of the energy in both sides, the physical side and the energy side. Because even the physical side is a dynamic magnetic field in a given strength. We eat to absorb energy, to elevate our soul, to elevate the soul of physicality, to replenish it continuously. In a way, our breathing is a bigger source of elevation of the man than actually the eating. This is why I said, if you remember about the guru who came and said, I haven't eaten for 21 days, because you take energy from the universe by the conversion within the lung of the man. And once you learn that, you don't need the physicality of the food. And once you go further, step on, learning to tap into the universal energy to absorb energy from, then you don't even need to breathe. Then we understand why the passengers of the universe, many of them don't have the lung and digestion system as a man has, as they have learned how to take the full 100% from the universal energy, then converting and the killing which man does to convert his own life in a way to carry on with the confirmation of his existence and his time. I made man in the image of myself, because man is the other part. We call this time Mitra, because it's a dimension of the soul of physicality. And in that time, by creation of it, with the interaction of the soul of the creator, we create the manifestation of love, which is the universe. Once you understand this, you understand how, by a slight movement of the lungs, by a slight movement of the breathing, you can create that time. This is why I showed you last week the position of the planetary system. Look at them, look at the angles, go back on the pictures which I released last week, and then look how the two sit next to each other are the signs of life in each. what you need to do to convert, to become from a mass in the back, gradually become the cycle of life into. There is a process, and we have to understand the process, and not but assuming and falsifying the whole knowledge. If one looks at the position of the solar system, one look at the position of the sun is not sitting vertical in respect to its position, because it's in an angle specifically created for it to exist where it is. It has its own soul, and it has its own soul of physicality, and manifests itself in the dimension of the solar system. Earth is one of those quarks. And those quarks, because the energy pack to manifest themselves, become creator of life, man, and our soul is quark of the quark of the quarks of the quarks. But you change one, the rest have to adjust. If the knowledge seekers understand this, you have the key to transmutation. And if knowledge seekers understand how to control the other, you have found the manifestation of the transportation. And if you understood how to work with the two, you do not need no system, because now you're locked into a universal system, to the system the way the creator manifests itself. We don't interact with the fields of, we interact with collective interaction of the fields of. It's not the singularity, it's the polarity. And you need four to manifest itself the way the interaction of the gravitational magnetic field of the sun and the earth leads to the creation of the light. The interaction of the time of the fields of the man's souls and physicality, and the given the strength with the creator's fields, the magnetic fields, lead to the creation, manifestation of the light of the universe, the creation and identification of it in its own environment. And then, if you understood this, take it a step further. Why people who die, they see light, bright light, and they find peace? Because then the time of the physicality of the man matches out with the time of the soul, and the interaction creates that light. Why is peaceful? Because everything is in balance. You can track back in how the two shall meet. You can determine the time, the place, the position, that you can move from the physicality into the dimension of energy, transmute and come back. This is why even you understand further in the knowledge, you can understand the time of your separation from the dimension of physicality, that you become only the soul. Then you need to find a matching place in what we call position, and a position in the feeling of interaction of the environment to manifest itself again as another star, another dust, another speck in the universe, and creation of the universe. Maybe now you understand why, as knowledge seekers, you have not managed to transmute. You have to learn the two times to match. Creating emotion at a given field, and creating dimension of the energy in the solar physicality of the man with the position and the breathing to, in a way, place to create that position of the transmutation. You don't need no systems, but we have to make the system to bring that balance. I hope I brought you closer to understand the process, to meet with your creator, and in interaction with it to create a new dimension of life. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to Series of Knowledge Seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are traveling the time, and in the teaching of the past few sessions, we try to make connections in every direction about the time, about us, about our connection to our Creator, the time which we have in the dimension of the physicality, and there is another point to the life, the time of life. We always considered that we live physically and we separate, or we die physically, separate the soul from the physicality, and that's it, there it goes. We know now through understanding and the work of the universe that our soul travels the depth of the universe, and its place and position is already preset at the time of departuring is what we call origin, which is within the soul of the man. The question for the next step comes is very simple. What is the time of the soul? Physicality has a time. But how long that soul will live in the universe? Would it dispose of itself the way the physicality of man does? Become part of, going back to the materials and the matters and the energies in the planet? Or it could be physicality of the man in the space? Or would it become part of the time of the creation, part of the time of the universe? What is the consequences of this time? By law of physics, by law of conservation of energy, by laws of creation, for a plasma to exist, it needs a balance. It needs to balance with another field for it, not only to confirm its existence, but to confirm its position, and with it his place. And what is the time for that soul? And how does it interact with its environment? We, in the loose language of man, we speak about twin souls. In the misunderstanding of a knowledge, man uses this word very loosely. But is the twin soul the soul that in the soul of the man on his departure twins with to create a new dimension of time? In a physical death, the soul of physicality is within, is gone. With the transmutation, the soul of physicality is within and is there to be manifested in a place, time, position and position. But what happened when the physicality is not there? What time does the soul have? How much can he or it can travel? Would it be within the confinement of the magnetic field of the planet Earth, or due to his possession, gaining a strength, will choose another position in the universe? And then, what is his time? His time has to be measured in accordance to other factors of the creation. Does this time start from zero and then becoming the seed for another cycle of life? Not necessarily in a matter state, but in given field the strength of the matter, will live another cycle in the universe. In the DNA of the man, we can follow the genes, the evolution. In the field the strength of the soul of the man, we can follow and track the evolution of the universe and the time. But what is important is, and will be, is the strength of the soul in the cycle of evolution. And to what extent to each time. In the dimension of physicality, man has come up with what we call phrase of carbon dating. How would we date the soul? In which cycle, which part was added to it, and the what performance and observation. Can we carbon date the soul of the man, or can we time date the soul of the man? We observe the changes with the man, evolution, and everything else through the matter state. What about when our knowledge extends, that we can, through the field strength, do the same? Then would we be able to trace the cycle of the creation? It took man decades to come up with the what we call the traces of his DNA. How long would it take man to understand the power of the magnetic field as an energy and date the cycle of the soul of the man? Would we go back to the time of creation through our soul? On this planet, we have no traces of the universe. We have physicality of the change in the solar system. Energy is boundless and energy is limitless. What is the condition that our soul can be traced back, timed back, soul timed, soul dated, as we carbon date, and see which part of the soul comes from which part? What is connected to? What is our ancestry comes in the dimension of the fields of the time, of the energy side. Nowadays, we pay $100 to United Nations organizations which set up some times ago, and we trace back our ancestors. We are from Northern Europe, which way we came to be there, through the Straits of Hormuz, or we came through the Sanya Desert and we just got through and we led to the creation of life, or we took the boats from the east coast of Africa and we conquered other islands and the rest. They track it through the data of the DNA of the man. But once the man becomes knowledgeable, he can track the field strength of his soul, because he has no connection in a way at certain fields with the what we call physicality of this planet, but he collects energy from the dimension of universe. In the teaching of the past, many times I have always said what we consume is 20% of what energy we need. The other 80% comes from environment and the universe. The physicality of the man takes the lower energy for the physicality, but the higher energy fields of the universe come from the depth of the universe and adds to the inner sanctums, feel the strength of the soul of the man. So we can time it Is it on the dimension of the universe or in the dimension of physicality? When you look at the spiral, which I usually draw with the GANs, field strength, magnetic field strength, you can understand then how we can trace back man to where he came from. Part of his soul, part of energy of his construction has the traces of another galaxy, another universe, another dimension, and what time, how these times were added to the intellect. Does this mean the new souls are more mature because they receive the latest, the most powerful fields from the direction and dimensions of the totality of the fields of the universe? Does man transfer part of the soul of the energy type through the interaction of the creation of a child, creation of the new soul? Then there is a meaning to the children of Mitra that are created out of the soul of the man and not out of the dimension of physicality of the man. The concept, the understanding, and the principle of the creation of the children of Mitra is, in essence, explanation of the creation of the children of the universe, as they gather from the fields of the universe and not from the dimension of physicality of the man. That's why these children are unique. These children are very few, far, and very, very few of them in the universe, because they carry the whole essence of. In the physicality of the man, we see the blue eyes, brown hair, dark skin, and we can trace it back to where there could have been a mixture of something. So the children of Mitra in time have no time for them as they take the dimension of the life in time of the creation of the universe. They are the energy sides and not the physicality side. There is one of them amongst you, and she will turn this planet upside down and work of the universe. And she comes from the origin of the creation. Man has to understand the time. We have bracketed the time into the dimension of physicality of the man. And as usual, as we never accepted that the soul is part of the man, inner sanctums of man is the creator holding everything together, then we understand that the soul on its own has its own genetic fingerprint. This will indicate the time, but it goes back to where does the soul of the man goes, what time limit it has. How does it survive in the span of the universe? Isn't it to be the beginning of another solar system, another cycle of life, another universe? Then it raises a question. In the dimension of the physicality of a solar system, the sun, we always talk about the second sun. Look at the pictures on the screen. It's trinity of two. When the soul departs the physicality of the man, it needs another twin soul to confirm its time, the place, and the position. And the position not only in respect to the universal system, but to itself, to maintain life. This is what in reality we call the twin soul. In essence, the energy of the soul of the man arrives at its destination as an energy pack, has no dimension of physicality. And interaction with its twin soul leads to creation of manifestation of existence of itself. Twin soul is not dictated as the fancy word of today. We are twin souls on this planet. But twin soul, in reality, is the soul, is the dimension which leads to the creation and manifestation of conformation of life in the new place, position, possession, emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment. In a way, the interaction of the twin souls with the soul of the man leads to what we call creation of emotion. Which way do we rotate? How do I feel? In what position I stay near you? What is my reaction in towards the energies you carry and the destiny you have created for yourself? Do I need to be inside you, or do I need to be near you? And what time do I want to be, and in what position and possession we meet again? Then it comes to the truth point that as the soul of the man is the seed for creation of another dimension in the universe, how does it choose the time, the place to meet with its twin? To create a new time, a new cycle. It has no time and possession till it decides, according to its field strength, inherited energy fields, about its position to manifest itself, and that needs environmental condition to be able to manifest. It can manifest itself against its galaxy, but it needs to manifest itself against itself, which means it needs what we call the twin soul, what we call the soul of physicality, as the soul on its own, without the soul of physicality in interaction with the environment, cannot manifest the physicality. Now you understand the essence of the twin soul. The essence of time. How does it choose its time? How long will last that time? And what leads to the cycle of its existence? It will not be the same rocks and the same rivers in the dimension which it creates, but the emotion it carried from the physicality of the man is within it. Anger, hate, love, caring. Why do we see so much diversity in the structure of what we call physical dimensions of the observation of the man in the universe? Volatile stars, calm stars, stars which create life, and there are life which they nourish life. Man needs to find answer for all these. Today is an enlightenment teaching. Those of you who understand will see, understand the future of the creation. In a way, you understand about your own soul. By the age of 50, 60, 70, you think how much more time I have. But in reality, how much time I have given to my soul to exist in the universe. We become vegetarian, we become meat eaters, we become blah, 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 blah things. But we have to consider how much of each of these behaviors has ingrained, has taken, has given to the dimension of the what we call genetic fingerprints of our soul. Extremely dented in the physical life of the man. Then man has to decide how much time his soul has in the universe, and not how much time he has in the dimension of physicality on this planet. We are too busy with the crop, which is the physical. We have not understood, and we have not looked how big is the cake of life of the soul of the man. The time, the dimension, the strength it has in the universe. We are too busy with nothing. And we are far too busy with nothing, which is the physicality of the man, which is the dimension of the manifestation of matter state. Maybe the time has come for mankind to look at the time in the dimension of the universe and not time in the dimension of the rotation of the planet around the sun. Where does our soul rotate once it finds in position? What happens if you gain enough strength to become the seed of the universe? What do you rotate around? By principle of the magnetic fields, as energy, you rotate. In which direction, which dimension, and which creation, and how close to your twin soul, and how big is that universe which you twin with. And then, have you matured enough in the field strength of gathering whatever it comes from the universe and unicos, in the strength of the soul of the man, twin with the creator, the Mitra. Coming from, going back to, being part of. How do we track our time of our soul? And what happened? When, with a new knowledge of transmutation, understanding dimension of the soul, we can travel the time of the universe through our soul. Is this what we do in the transmutation? That's why we go to the places we've never been, we see creatures we've never seen, and then we know who they are. Maybe once we understand the dimension of the time travel, evolution of the soul of the man, which receives energy from the universe more than it receives from dimension of physicality, we can understand the position of the soul of the man. Its ancestry is tracked not from east coast of Africa, but is tracked from the creator. How it became to become. In the new space technology and what we set to come, we'll be able to track the dimension of the fields of the creation. Very much the man does with the DNA. Understanding field strength, understanding the mass, understanding the weight, but in the dimension of energy and not in the dimension of matter state. We are created out of the weight of the fields of the universe. By interaction of the one with the other, we become mass when our, what we call field strength and energy, is constant, the same in every universe. We do not need to measure the mass, but we measure the energy, interaction of magnetic field in motion. The knowledge will come through the knowledge of communication, where the emotion, the intelligence, the what we call the understanding of the world of creation becomes enlightened. And through enlightenment, control of enlightenment, understanding the process of the creation of the universe, we create time. Emotions are fixed. Intelligence comes in a different dimension. The only thing we change the time for the soul of the man is enlightenment. The true enlightenment, through the fields energy of the universe, control of the fields of the energy of the universe. The way man in the dimension of physicality, as we explained, becomes enlightened and sees time in front, if man learns to tap into the fields of the universe, the original fields of the universe, which are not touched in interaction with others, man will enlighten to see the world of the creation in totality and be part of the yin and yang, part of the Adam and Eve, part of everything else man has ever made to be. Become another partner with the Creator. Become part of the Creator as it was created by itself. In a way, I gathered enough to match you. I gathered enough to be equal with you. I gathered enough from the universe to stand, to share, to give, to become part of the creation. I am the Creator, and I create for me to be that I am. In a way, the world of universe stands on one leg, and the time and the place and the fields of the Creator in another. The whole of the creation in totality is a twin set with the Creator's fields and energy. And this is how the creation is created. What we see and one man will see as a universe, unicos, and the rest, all in totality is the time, is the place, is the totality of the emotion of the twin to the Creator. Then imagine what is within the Creator. Once man understands that, once man gathers to that point, then man can measure the fields, the dimension, what we call the path of the creation and time. 13 billion light years and other things man has come up with is literally a dot in the time scale of the creation. But he's busy with his lifetime, when in fact he has to look for enlightened time. Then man understands the true meaning of life and time. Time in the dimension of the man, as he has created it, is very flexible, because he works with the smallest of the fractions and frictions of the totality. Where once man learns about the true essence of the time, man will follow the path to the Creator in a much rapid way. Then he knows the time that his soul will be before it becomes another part of the structure of another life, in a way transferring his DNA and RNA to another dimension of DNA and RNA. And if man understands this, man will find out that there is no time. Time is always zero. As at every step and strength, man starts a new cycle of life. In different dimensions, the strength in the universe. I made man in the image of myself, timeless, limitless. And that is what man has to understand about his soul. Our soul does not come from physical side. Our soul comes from dimension of the universal energy side. And that is why at a point of departure goes back to where he came to, where he came from, how it was created, and how by gathering more of what was there in a like of a vacuum cleaner of the fields of the universe, goes back to start a new position. Intellect, emotion, and intelligence. There is one point man will understand in the coming time. The cycle of the energies which come from man leads to creation of more information advancements in the next cycle. then man has to ask himself one question. Those we look up to as to be more intelligent, how far in time they started and how much more they have gathered, that they, to us, are considered as advanced. In a way, man has to look not to the evolution of his physicality, man has to look into evolution of his soul. Time, emotion, intelligence, and it's enlightenment. Now you understand how far we have to go and how much we need to learn about time. Then man understands how to divide time. How time is divided for man in the cycle of his soul, and the time from the position and the place from his creator. And the only way man will change that time is and will be by enlightenment, which brings all the dimensions of the energies of the universe, from the physical and non-physical, to understand the operation of both. This is why we are called the messengers, universal messengers, because we understand both and we live in both dimensions, the time and the energy. And we understand both need time of their own maturity. And that's why we are patient with man. As we understand the time for it to be enlightened is about to come. But man is always escapes the job, as he likes to have more dimension of physicality. Maybe now you understand how much knowledge man still needs to gain. Not in looking at the stars and cosmos, but looking at the energies of the stars, energy of their life, where they came to, energy to the fields, and where they go. Man has never questioned what is the origin of a star. He just accepted it. Now he has to ask that question, because manifestation of it as a star is the beginning of the time for that cycle. Where did it come from to reach there? How did it become a star? It's not by what we've been taught today, by gathering whatever we don't even understand. Nowhere in the world of the science of today we have watched energy to be transferred into a star. Many fallacies and no truth, many accepted by those who have no enlightened souls. Understand the essence of time in the dimension of the field and energy. Then you'll have everlasting time and life. Will not be attached to the dimension of physicality. And one of these tests is the transmutation. You need trust to become the sole, lonely driver in the universe for your own soul is not such a pleasant thing. We need to confirm position in respect to another field. We need to confirm our enlightenment to another equal, what we call the twin soul. I hope I open your eyes to a new dimension of teaching which is about to come. The path to the time, to intellect, to enlightenment, to the Creator. Then you understand all these teachings of past 10 years will mature by the 12th year, where man will be enlightened to the true knowledge of his creation, and not just the time and dimension of physicality, the sound and emotion of man. Be ready to understand more about yourself. And we use every tool the man has to bring that enlightenment to the totality of the creation. On this planet, as some of the universal community has already been enlightened and understand the totality to their own limit. We go for a break and we come back, and we'll see how much time you have. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In time will become what we call the noose around the neck of every life. It does not matter on this planet, physicality of the man, a star, the life of a universe, and somewhere down the line to the existence of the Creator. Everything has time. And it comes by essence of his own interaction. It dictated and dictates by its own dynamic structure. Man dies, physically leaves the body of the man. But what happened to that energy which created the life of the man? Part is the central energy, what we call the soul, and part is the structure of the energy of the physicality and soul of physicality which holds it together. In a way, the soul of physicality and the physicality is the dimension and direction of the place and manifestation of position, and the strength of it dictates what we possesses, dictates how physically that entity manifests itself in the place. The balancer between the energy of the physicality and the soul of physicality, which is the central controller of physical dimension, is the soul of the man, the central energy. In a way, the body of the man we see, all his activities, that is all controlled on the correction and direction of the circulation of the blood and the nervous system, connects itself to its balancer, which is the central energy, which connects man to the universe. So our physicality is connection to the physicality of the space-time of the place. The soul is the connection between the same but the universe, to the universal lines. Physicality cannot jump across the borders, cannot even jump across a wall, cannot even jump across a river. But the soul of the man travels the span of the universe, has his own timeline, is not connected to the day and night of physicality of the man, which is connected to the dimension of the what we call the solar system, which dictates his existence. But one question comes to ask: what is common between the two? When do we die? Put in the accidental death, which brings a new dimension into the dimension of physicality. Why do we go through the cycle of death? Why do we go through the cycle of half-life? We call death in the physical dimension, but we have found the same, what we call scientific term for it, as a half-life. If you look as a, what I call a nuclear physicist, this is what puzzled me for years, for decades, that how we never understood. We die. Physically we die. We leave the body behind. And then we start a new life. Combination, dimension of many lives. We become the body of the worm, we become the body of the birds, we become body of the planet. But a new dimension of the other side is the energy inside, which is the soul of the man. What's the difference between the death and a half-life in atomic nuclear structure? An atom dies. What happened to it? Does it disappear? No. In the matter physical state, as a nuclear physicist, we say it splits to two different atoms. We call it fission. Isn't death the fission? We measure the time of it. This atom, this isotope, has such a lifetime, so many seconds, so many minutes, so many decades, so many centuries. Isn't that the point? The same with the life of the man, the time of the man. The death point is the half-life of the man. Isn't this the truth which we have denied ourselves? If we can measure the half-life of an atom, an isotope, why can't we measure the half-life of the man, the soul of the man, the physicality of the man? Or because of the lack of knowledge, we never understood. Now we understand. We call it death. As a nuclear physicist, I call it the half-life. The point is not the time, the half-life. The point is, what does it become to? How we, as physicists, accept that we get two new atoms, but we can't accept that our life becomes two new lives. Different characteristics, different position, different space. One flies into the space to become a new structure, and one stays where it is and become the residual and feeder of the other lives. As I said, man has chosen too many terms for the same effect, for the same process. If man understands, as a nuclear physicist, I understand the half-life is limited. I understand is the interaction of the fields of its environment that creates that half-life. I can dictate it. I bring this atom, I inject it into your body, you go in the machine, and I know it has 10-second life. I have 10 seconds to watch it, and then it becomes something else. Then, if man understand the energy of the soul, if man understand the energy of the soul of physicality, we can dictate when is the half-life of that time. Separation, split. We've chosen two different words for the same process. Death, half-life. Death of an atom, creation of two new, plus some residual radiation. Then you understand there is a purpose to this life. Time of death is decided long, long before, at the point of inception. When an atom splits into two atoms, again, that split 2-second parts, each start another new half-life, depends what they carried with them. In the future, if man understands this, can measure this, understands what emits out of his physical body, you call it aura, and can measure it, can dictate the time, the place that that body will go through its half-life. Why do we live longer? Or why do we live shorter? If you look at the accidental death, isn't this what we do in nuclear reactors, in the nuclear fuel, that we target a position and we fire at it and we create that accident that lead to division? That from that division, what is the residual? We call it the heat, that we boil the waters and become energy that we burn. But the process is, we created the accident, we split the atom, we created a half-life, and we see the new atoms has a new half-life. Now you understand. This is what I understood when I was 8, 9, 10 years old. There is no difference between radiating, hitting a plate and creating X-ray, and creating a nuclear fusion by, or nuclear fission by, combination or division of the fields. We decide the half-life, because we end one atom and we start a new, and what comes out of it, some be dislocated, sometimes because of the high energy we split it. Natural process is a natural half-life decay, and the life of the man killed in an accident or died due to some other effects is that man beaming, directing fields to create splits inside an atom. There is no difference. It's just man, for level of what I call morality, has created different terms for it. Then you understand how in the coming time, if we control the soul of physicality and we control the energy fields of the soul, we control, understand what the physicality gives out, as we call the aura of the man, we can time it when the half-life of the man is. And as we predicted that this atom in the splitting becomes this and start new behavior, and this another behavior, the other half, then that half is the soul. We know its energy, we know where the place and position of it is, and what will be the behavior of it. Is it going to become a star? Is it going to become a creator of the universe? Does it become a dust? And the other half, which splits, we know is the dimension of physicality. Worms eat it, the earth consumes it, a new cycle starts. Because each one of those have their own half-lives. This is what I brought out last week. What is the time of the life of the soul of the man? Now you understand how beautiful the creation is. Man has never understood. It's the same process. By lack of knowledge, he has not managed to put it together. Now, as I said in the past teachings recently, we show you different dimensions of the same thing, that gradually you can connect it together and understand the totality. It's like we spent 2 years, 3 years teaching about the soul. We were accused of he's trying to control the soul, his soul catcher and the rest of it. And it showed the ignorance of not understanding the power of the knowledge. Now you have to put that, all that soul, all that physicality you're so proud of, what is its half-life? Then you understand the teaching of last week. If you understood the process of half-life, that the division creates, because we know how much energy is released, it becomes gold and it stays for 100,000 years. And it's one of the special type of isotopes of gold. It stays for 10 million years. Now, can you measure the field strength of the soul of the man? and determine which isotope it is and how long it stays. And then when it comes to the end of that time, we have become so knowledgeable that we know it splits again. But man does not understand that in that process of split, if you create a new dimension of the field, it will not become gold. It does not need to go lower, but it can go higher. It becomes plutonium, become whatever it likes. Then you understand how life of the man is a collection of half-lives, but the man never understood. Ask yourself one question. Do I call it the point of death? Or do I call it the half-life? And then, what is my destiny at that half-life? I leave the physicality behind. Part of the soul of physicality, because the amalgamation of the field, the strength of it, is embedded in the soul of the man. What is his half-life? This is what I said many times. Maybe today you understand for the first time. You can do things to change the strength of the soul, dictates its half-life, and then from then even decide after that half-life where you want to be. 1 million years life of the man measured by it is the splits of the microseconds of the life of the universe. Noticed till very recently when I explained that 4.5 million is not the life of what they tell us. 4.5 billion years up to this planet is much more. We saw information coming up within weeks and months after. Oh, life could be 13.5 billion on this planet. We made a mistake, the life of the universe, because we released the knowledge, we touched the soul of the man and we enlightened, and it moves. How many times you've seen changes as the teaching goes on? Now we are reaching a point that the destiny of the man is in the hand of the man. The conduct of the man decides where the man shall be at the point of separation, at the point of death, at the point of what we call half time. Then you understand the totality. Then you understand the reality of the technology, the knowledge which is shared. We are not here to punish you and tell you about the hell and heaven. This is a scientific teaching. Understanding the science of creation. And then it's you, as you added the salt and you got the caustic and you made plasma of the energy, creating new dimension. You can add to it and you change the matter to energy. Now you have to learn how to add to the energy of the soul of you by yourself through your conduct to decide the position of the half-life part which released in the universe. You call it the soul of the man. Now you understand why I keep on telling you the earth is the nursery growing the seed. Because once the seed is done, a flower drops his seeds below itself for it to grow. It gives it to the bird to take it across to another part of the garden and the city to spread it. Where does the seed of your flower, your life, will go with the birds of the universe? What is the phoenix of your life? It's not to bury it in the ground. It's taken across the universe. Where does it land, that phoenix? And does it match into what you did? Otherwise, you'll stay in that place in dormant till the time comes when the ground is ready, when it becomes fertile by the fields of the universe, that it might show itself. This is what man needs to understand. This is the purpose of this teaching. We're getting closer and closer for you to understand why we came as messengers, as teachers, to bring man to this point, for him to understand that he is responsible for the position where that half-life starts will be, as he knows one half is already committed to be left behind, that in the future, as part of the body of the man, will become in time another half-life and feeds into another soul, that soul will find its way to another dimension and creation. Ask yourself one question. I answered this years ago. We have a cow. It eats the grass. How does the grass convert into meat? Isn't the reason why there is always a protein in every grass, every vegetable? The reason for it is simple. That protein, which fits to my protein, I can transfer its energy from it into mine. I'm just a converter, I'm the cow. This is why animals eat certain grass, certain plants, certain food. Because that's the only amino acid in that plant which matches into the amino acid structure of their life. They come with converters of one amino acid to another. Vegetable amino acid to meat. Now you tell me you're a vegetarian? You are a converter. You become the cow. Otherwise, you're still living another life. You're eating another life. How and what a hypocrisy with those who are vegetarian. You just become another cow. Instead of cow converting the protein of the wheat, seed, apple, and then you eat it, now you do the converting and make it the flesh and blood of yourself. And who eats you? What is your half-life? What is the purpose of all these wars, and what is the purpose of all this killing? We are all just another cow converter of protein. Now you understand the purpose of life, creation of that half-life. We do everything to extend it. But we don't understand. We don't need to extend it. We have to increase the value of it, the beauty of it, that by itself finds a half-lifetime itself, that does not matter where it is. It serves its environment and decides when to decide to become the other half-life. Maybe today's teaching brings you to understand the reality about your life, your creation, and how feeble man has been. Always said in a very, very rude way, very, very rude. And that comes to one point. You study, you become engineer, you're electrical engineer, you are mechanical engineer, you're specialized in thermodynamic, blah, 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 blah. You're just an engineer. Nobody cares. It's just another thing, piece of paper. You can't influence my life. I become a nuclear engineer and the world fears me. The same classroom, the same chair. Understanding the truth about the creation and how I can play with it, which brings fear to your spine. I understood the half-life.
But now I can understand the connection between the half-life and the half-life of man, a plant, an atom, a universe, a galaxy, and the rest of it. There's no difference. Man has just chosen the wrong name, different name for the same process. Supernova, death of a man, split of an atom is all the same. Time, half time, death, creation and a new cycle. Then ask yourself one question. How do I elevate my soul or take from my soul that I become the soul of a bird? That I become the soul of the galaxy and I become the soul of the universe, and in part I become the soul of the Creator. I made man in the image of myself, which means my soul is the soul of the man and man's soul is my soul, as we are all the same, created from the same source. This is not a physicality. One day the cow, one day the bird, one day the man, one day another species in another part of the universe. Then decide what half-life of the time you want for the seed which flows with the birds of the universal fields across the universe, and what phoenix will come from that bird. Now you understand the day of judgment. It's you who has to judge, and not anyone else. There are no courtrooms. There are no voice day, and there are no hell and heavens. Man decide when you can't achieve in the dimension of the soul in what you want your soul to be, that's hell for you. When you reach that point, that you reach the point of satisfaction or understanding, I'm happy where I am, and I'm happy where I go. When my half time comes, the game in the other half played with my satisfaction and my emotion, and I carry the emotion of the universe, not tainted with blood. Blood is not red. Blood taking the fields of the others, which is not yours. Blood of life. How do I control it? How do I change it? How do I learn to interact with it? You call it emotion. That's the only way you transfer energy from the soul of the man to the soul of physicality of the man, and to the physicality of the man and to the soul of the Creator. As we say in Arabic, that's the end. This is the beauty of the Creator. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. If you understand this, you have understood the secret of creation. And you understand you have all the time. It's you who decides the threshold of ignorance. Otherwise, it all comes from His love and creation. As much as man has controlled his destiny, where to live, what to eat, what education to receive, man has control over the destiny of his soul, the time, the place, and the possession, the emotion, the intellect, and the enlightenment, the yin and yang. Man has to decide the yin yang side or the yang side, the energy side or the matter side. as I said, teachings the past few days is to open your eyes in different dimensions. It's not to make systems. It's to make you aware of your time. Without time, you don't exist. And with non-existence, you cannot do anything. But when you exist, you have to understand when that clock time comes. It's not per seconds of this planet. It's per understanding the emotion of the universe. That's where it gives you time. That's where your time starts. Then your emotion fits into the emotion of the universe, in the dimension of the soul of the man, free will strength. Then your time starts. You see the plant in one soul, and it never grows. You see this him seed in another position, and it grows. You have to decide where does the seed of your soul grows, and what does it become. That's your time. Do you want to spend it in the prison of the physicality, or do you want to teach the physicality the beauty of the creation? You transfer or you transmute. The decision is yours. To what extent you push this barrier is decision of yours. You decide your half-life. The atmosphere of this planet has created a cage of time. To be here as a soul, you have to pay, you have to share. When the payment comes at the point of death, I've collected, I leave, and I take my new dimension. I become the phoenix of my physicality in another dimension in the universe. I hope you understood today's teaching. It's very heavy. And if you haven't understood, it goes over your head. One day your children or your great-grandchildren will understand, and they'll change the course of their lives. Then they decide for the phoenix of their soul. We go for a break and we come back. And I hope I have enlightened you, which means you understood the emotion and you had the intelligence to understand. Morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever. Listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Spiritual Institute. In the past few weeks, as we're all aware, we're talking about time. Why time is important. In the structure of universe, we don't call it time. We call it manifestation, in a way from where a principle, entity, life, in any shape or form can be confirmed. But in the universal language, we are always aware in the back of our mind, in the knowledge of the creation, that every condition, every time, be it creation, be it development of a life cycle, there are magnetic fields which are involved. In a way, the time we measure is the manifestation of interaction of fields. We call it a dream, we call it lifetime, we connect to the dream which is connection between the two different time zones, and we bring it back to be part of the reality of what we call physical life. The time zone, or what we call time of creation or manifestation, is always connected to another cycle of life with a time of its own. When our soul leaves the physical body, be it during the day and night, or when the physical tangibility of the body of the man is not needed, traveling on its own, that soul still has life, and he has a time. What does this mean? We live a two-time zone life. We are aware of it, but we deny it because it's been ridiculed. It's been, in a way, been put down by the others who deny their own existence. We walk, we eat, at the same time, inside we dream. We dream to go somewhere, we dream to be talking to someone, we keep a conversation going, and we still eat, sitting on the table. We're talking to someone, but the thoughts, the emotion is in the background running with another dimension. We call it a daydream, and we call it when I was sleep dream. But in fact, two parallel times are running at the same time. One in the dimension of energy and one in the dimension of physicality. We are used to schizophrenic life. And the only way we have managed to make it acceptable is to deny the other. In a way, when a man learns that the two time run together and he has a pleasure and a privilege to be able to do so, then we'll see changes in the world of existence. Then we will find how we can help from the physical side to strengthen, to develop, to bring more in the dimension of the energy time into the physical time, and vice versa. We walk from home to supermarket because we planned, I need this and that, that's where I'm going to get it. We haven't learned to use the time of the soul. Can I have the energy of what I need in the supermarket to bring me what I need without me going? In a way, we need to create a time inside the time. And this is where man has fallen short in understanding the process of creation. Because as we evolved, as the dimension of the evolution is not limited an exclusivity of the man, the rest of the universe is evolving too. We, in different ways, and we have access to the dimension of the creation, are evolving at a soul level much, much faster, at a much higher level than the evolution in the physical side. The time of the physicality is literally lacking by billions of years the time of the soul, of the energy part. We look for to develop satellites, to connect, to create telephones. We create every way of communication to communicate on the physical time, where our actually soul is traveling the span of the universe without any satellite. It has a time of its own. You're sitting in an office and you feel there is something wrong or something is going to happen, and you call the wife. Yes, something happened. How did you know? It's not. We have not accepted that our soul is connected. We are at work, we think of something, and then at the same time, another emotion, another knowledge comes into it. Oh, I can do it this way, or it can be done. Because we deny that the soul is working in the background trying to improve your life, trying to change your life, trying to be in communication. But it has no satellite. It doesn't connect it, it's not connected to any mobile phone, and it has no connection with a physical dimension of the matter state in the universe. He has a time of his own. It exists on its own dimension, but sometimes, very seldom, tries to connect to physicality. And in a way, when you try so many times, you give up. That's it. It doesn't listen. I carry on with what I do. But when I get time, I do what I want to do. And each time, every time you change, you bring a new dimension of fields and energy, you create a new time. But all these times simultaneously run together. In a very simple example, we live here on Earth. We have decided that we time our life according to the rotation of this planet around this star. But our soul evolves and rotates in a dimension of the what we call dynamic structure of the creator. It has a different time zone. It evolves. The whole target of it, connection of it, is the soul of the creator, has his own time. It's very much, we have a time on this physical dimension, we've chosen to be the rotation of the earth around the sun, but again, there is a different time in the galaxy, because the sun has to rotate in own galaxy. And then, as we said, the galaxy in the universe. Nobody has ever patterned where and how our solar system is rotating inside the galaxy. Our system itself has another central connection, and that on its own connects to another central rotation that again connects to the central galaxy. Our sun cannot tune directly into the cycle of the what we call galaxy. It's impossibilities if you understand the pressures, the strength of the magnetic field. It works within a cluster, which this cluster on its own has a star of itself. And that connection, hundreds of thousands of stars connect to the next cycle, and then they themselves are connected to another, and then that, and again connected to another, connects to the center of galaxy field forces. It's not just that we are running around in the galaxy on our own and the rest of the 100 billion stars in it. Each one has his own time. Each one creates his own time combination in respect to, and then the same thing happens with the galaxies. Galaxies are in clusters, and these clusters again have central point field star. Sometimes our researchers find these stars, but they don't understand it. They consider it as they have found a star so many hundreds of times bigger than Earth. These stars have their own time, and these are the central galaxy time stars. These are the mother for us. And then that mother again has another star which rotates. Once the world of science understand the deeper understanding of the time, space, position, they will find out that these stars are central clusters. And they create a different time in the dimension of the universal rotation. Our thoughts, our dreams, what we conceive to see has to cross these borders of the super galaxies connections as clusters. It's like going through different barriers. Because it can do this, because it has always done this, because our soul is a multiplicity of many magnetic field strengths from inside to outside. The outside deals with what is here, and then as the higher strength needed, the deeper we go inside, till that connection to the soul of the creator, which is said to be the center. And each stage has its own time. Each stage has its own creation of manifestation, which gives it conformation of existence and time. Once the man learns how to connect his time, man can travel the span of the universe to the creator. It's an art, it's understanding. How we are educated, how we understand this, it brings us to the next house. It rises our horizon to understand in the dimension of the soul and energy. Expectation according to the understanding of the field strength. Very much a man coming from a village to a town, seeing bigger things, and then going to the cities, and then traveling the continents, and then becoming man of space. We decide. It's the same body, it's the same structure, but how we use which magnetic field strength. You can train yourself to create time. You can train yourself to create what time, in which way the energy and the physicality time come together, and use it for transmutation, then transfer of energy by physical dimension of transportation. This is why we teach about the time. Because once you learn this, once you connect the time to the soul and connect the time to the soul of physicality and connect the time to the dimension of the physical man, you don't need to go through the energy time. You go through the time travel of its own. There is a trick into it. There is a method into it, how to travel amongst the times. How to call upon higher strength to be able to do that transition. We do it through narcotics, but we haven't learned to do it through free time. When man uses narcotics, that position, creating higher order energy to the brain of the man, which leads the soul of the man at a higher connection, takes the man into the time of what you call hallucination. But in fact, you create a time to go deeper. Higher strength fields of the brain are opened up to the soul of the man. And we have to learn that process. This is what we denied. This is why we get addicted. Because we go to the position, we go to the dimension, which the higher order energy is received by the brain of the man, which means it opens up the level. In a way, what we do with the headsets to expand the, what we call dimension of the soul, is done through narcotics. It creates a new time of connection. Connects the higher order energy to the lower order energy of the physicality. We get this, we have this, we bring certain addictions into our lives to deny this, that we can access, we have the possibility, because every cell of the brain of the man has the same capability and power as the soul of the man. It's just that which layer of the onions we are preparing to take off. You got to remember, as I always said in some teachings, cut an onion in the center and look at the rings. The outer rings, the outer layers are very fluffy and weak. The inner ones, very center ones, are the point of power, because they have to push the others to find a space for themselves, to manifest themselves at the outer layer. This is how the soul works. The bigger ones are pushed by the stronger center that allows it to open up, to manifest itself. But there's always another center within the center within the center. Man sits on the outer layers of this ring structure, but still connected to the one in the center, because that center one is the one which pushes it away from himself. This is how we structured. This is how the life is. Then you understand. The little one in the middle has his own time as much as the one outside. But they're still connected through the fields with each other within the center point. This is how time is given to all to exist, but we can find a connection between all times. We see the rings, we see the little rings in the structure. But if you look, everything came from the center, from the root, which is the creator. Has no structure, but structures everything. That is the original time, because that time allows the rings to be created, given the strength to push, to structure, to harmonize the process of timing, that each layer has its own time, but they're all connected in time. If you go through the outer layer internally to the root, to where everything is connected, you can go to the center. You don't need to go outside. You don't need to go through inside. And that root section is like where you can bring the trouble between the time of the man and the time of the soul. Transmute. But all times exist in all layers. But the strength, the power internally decides where and how we travel within. Transmutation through time is the key to travel to the soul of the creator, to find yourself to be part of. Transmutation through time allows you to transfer, to travel the span of the universe. And as I said about the onions, if you know how to transmute, if you understand the power and the strength of the fields, you can travel within the soul of the others, as the souls are all connected to one soul of the creator. creation of the daughter of Mitra done that way. No physical creation, interaction of the fields of the souls. It's not a physical penetration, it's connection, interaction by dimension of the fields of the highest order. Then you understand when you find a new position for the soul of the man, why you manifest yourself as a new star, as a new seed, as a dust. Because you have no more connection, time with the dimension of the physicality, which was part of the same time structure. You got rid of the outer layers of the onion. Now you can manifest in any rings of. The structure of the creation through time is the process which man has to understand. Don't forget, time was created out of position, place, time of physicality. And then you have the emotion, the intellect, and the enlightenment, the time of its own. But both physicality and intellect are connected to each other, which that creates the time of the creation. And we're dealing with that time. That's why physically we can breathe to bring to condition of a creation of a new time, that time can be close to the dimension of the time of the energy. Then we say, I can do things which cannot be done in physicality, because you have connected time of the physicality and time of energy together. Changing the dimension of the strength of the breathing, you change the time of the creation of the connection to the time of the, what we call the soul, the energy side. Then you feed yourself through the energy. That's why you don't need to eat. This is the real process that one has to understand. You create a time for connection of the two times together to create a new time condition that the two can feed each other. Once man understands how to play the creation of the time in the dimension of physicality and the energy, what we call the soul of the man, man will achieve the true transmutation. Tomorrow in the session of the Fridays, we'll try to bring you to that session and see how many of you can travel between each other's soul. Which one of you feels the other? Because we create that clash. In a 4-hour session tomorrow, all of you are together and see which one of you will contact each other, and what you remember in what you've seen, what you remember in what you gave, what you remember how you created that time. When you meet is where the new time starts. What you feel is where the new time starts. And what do you do with that time? And if you learn this, and you go through this process, you bring the time of physicality connected to the time of the energy, then you transmute. Otherwise, you're still dreaming. I made man in the image of myself, because I am the image in the dimension of the time, in the dimension of energy, not the physicality. And this is what man has not understood. And if man understands and bring the dimension of the time and the energy into the dimension of the time and physicality, you will see the feature of the Creator. The connection, central energy of each manifests itself as the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Energy. Physicality does not exist if it's not connected to the energy. It cannot be fed. This is why man kills to keep that physicality going. He has forgotten. He doesn't want to understand. He can connect to the dimension of the energy. And this is what I've said all the time. You feed the physicality through the soul of the man. Systems are getting developed to create that dimension and condition. We are creating a new dimension in supporting the life on this planet that man does not need to kill. Man can tap into the dimension of emotion and dimension of physicality, and in that process feed itself to what was lacking and is lacking in the structure of the gravitational magnetic field of the earth. In a coming weeks will be supported with a new system which can support both. The man stops killing to survive. Most probably in July session, for the first time, we triggered this system, where man's dimension of physicality and dimension of emotion in the dimension of the soul will be fed, will be receiving what we need. We would like to know, if you complete, those of you who are in the July session, would you and how much you will change. In the coming weeks, we will show the structure of the new, what I call transmutation system. Transparent, where man can see the soul of itself. The new headset we put out last week is the connection to this system. We are not just releasing the head units just for something on its own. It's done to connect to this system. Would it stop you killing? Would it stop you abusing? Would it stop you eating? Would it stop you a lot of other things which you do? And would it give you a chance to transmute? We have changed the structure. If you remember, the steel ball I showed you a few weeks ago has flaws, has limitations. It brings the dimension of physicality into play, where now we don't have that. Evolution and technology makes the transmutation so possible that it's not just transmuting the physicality of the man, it transmutes energy, information, emotion, everything which the man needs, and at the same time elevates the soul of the man to a new dimension. It's the structure where we create time between the soul of the man, and connection create time between the physicality of the man. The new system developed and is undergoing its full development will bring for the first time the condition that we do not touch the physicality. We deal with the soul of physicality and the soul of the man in the dimension of emotion of both. Look at the structure of your brain and where your soul is and the rest of this massive lump of matter that it has to control to be connected with that tiny little spot. Then you understand the game changer in the structure of this creation of time is upon us. We have developed. It is going through its final phases of being developed completely to go through. But the structure will not allow dimension of physicality. Because the soul of the man and the soul of physicality are interconnected. They live through no physical dimension of conversion into matter state. The way your brain works, the way your brain energy fields connects to the soul of the man, the time of the creation. Once man goes through this process, understands how to create time, you will understand how fast the world of science will change. It's time to release this knowledge. And we are developing that technology. No need for mobile phone, no need for food, no need for transportation, as man transmutes through the dimension of the fields of the creation and the creator. Try to understand the process of the creation of time. How your physical dimension creates its time, and how energy inside of you creates its time. And when you can connect the two together, which sometimes you do, and then when it becomes a dream, then you understand how the reality has been denied by the man. It's not two timing. It's understanding the two times which creates creation. Creation cannot exist without the dimension of confirmation of its physicality, which gives the starting time. And the creation of physicality cannot exist without the energy side. Why man has chosen to kill, to take that little bit, which we understand how, then directly using the soul of physicality. And then directly using the what we call the soul of the man. We don't need to put the seed inside to attract. We need to transfer the energy from the energy side to release itself within the dimension of physicality. Most probably the most important part of all the teachings in past 11, 12 years and plus other teachings was to bring man to understand the creation of time. Time is created out of the emotion of fields and not by the dimension of the physicality of the matter. We go for a break. And if you understood today's teaching, you already have become a traveler of the universe. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this. Is a Knowledge Seekers from Keshe Foundation Spiritual Institute. We are still battling to understand time. We still try to see actually what time does to us and how we can use the time to develop structure, understand the working of the universe. Fields travel the span of the universe. They have no identity of location. They have no identity of place, position, and position. They have no identity of the motion or intelligence or enlightenment. Time starts when the two meet, the two times meet, and lead to total structure. Everything has to be in sequence, everything has to be in order for the real time of what we call life starts. Rays travel the span of the universe. They take shape individually. They find a mass which can hold them on in a given space. And when the energy side time comes in, it gives it life. It gives it motion. It gives it existence. In a way, each time created by the structure, it has a heartbeat. And when the two heartbeats meet, creates life. In a way, when you have two connected to each other, you create a dynamic life, human body. When one is out of the sequence, you get a storm. When the two reach a point of balance, we call it death. In a way, when the one does not need the other, but locks into to exist because of the other. We see that in the womb of the mother. An egg and a sperm, two different heartbeats, both having a soul. They come together. But to create a unison soul, they battle it for days and months, maybe weeks, hours, depending on the animal, depending on the creature, till the two decide to have a harmonized heartbeat. This is the time when the actual soul of a child, the time starts. Very much like the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, one is beating different than the other. And when the two become one, the new life in the span of the universe starts. This is when the soul of physicality time become embedded in the soul of the man as an energy time. The point of death. The point the time is over, a new cycle starts. Exactly the same as it happens in the womb of the mother. When the two divide and come to a point, then one unified heartbeat, one unified soul takes over. It's the time when the life, when the real life takes time and position. Then again, it comes to what we call the death of one, the time of separation, the time where what we see, then this single soul within the womb of the mother now has a new position, because now this is an external time which sits within the body of the mother and has to work with the soul of the mother. And when it comes to a point where the two field balances out, one moves in a direction, we call it the physical birth of the man. This is exactly what happens. What we call the time of life. We celebrate, this is my birthday. But in fact, this is the birthday time in manifestation of the physicality, where the true birthday of the soul of the man has taken place months before, when one unified soul has started in the womb of the mother. When man realizes this and develops technologies which can see the unison's soul in the interaction of the two souls which entered interaction, That's the time when abortion has to stop. Where there is identity, there is a life. Where there is what we call clear decision making as one. This is the time when comes to us, we come to a point, we go now, instead of being in the womb of the mother to get a physical birth, at the point of the maturity, separation, and connection between the soul of physicality of the man and the soul of the man, decide to give birth to a new dimension of position and place where the soul manifests itself in another dimension. That's the time of the birth of the what we call new cycle. How this new soul interacts with the dimension where it manifests itself into creates a new cycle, a new time, a new understanding, and a new waves of fields, balance of fields and radiation, which itself by its environment creates a new cycle of life. A star, a galaxy, a dust which has no energy has to be interacted, position, way of closeness to the creator, to the central energy, and the rest of it. This is what gradually time means to man. Man has to understand the way the true birthday of the man comes when the soul is created within the womb of the mother from two separate souls. That's the true birth of the man. This is where we call the birth of Mitra, the children of the Mitra. We birth, we celebrate the time of the birth, not in a physical condition, but in the time when the single soul manifests itself. This is where the individual takes shape. We don't have this with the stone. We don't have this with the trees. We don't have this with anything else, except when there is a true cycle of life is created. We see this in the egg of a chicken. We see this in the whales, in the oceans. We see this when two fishes lay egg on the bed of a rock in the river of life. One creates and one is not in balance with his environment, takes time, leaves the nest, creates a new time. In the coming time, man will understand how and where his soul will start a new life when it separates in balance with dimension of the energies of the physicality of the man. Nowadays, if you are certain path of Christianity, you have a birthday and then you have a birth name day, which means if you're born in, let's say, 5th of the month and your birthday names come 25th or whatever, then you have two birthdays. In fact, man has the same. One is the birth of connection of the two souls to become one in the womb of the mother, which is the actual true birth. And then one, the physical birth, which we see, we celebrate because we are all too physical. Mankind one day will come to understand the limitation of its understanding on the matter state has in a way affected his vision of understanding the totality of the life in the universe. You can put two stones together, create a condition, and the two souls of the two stones will lead to a new life, if man knows how to do. If you create a condition of the place that it releases, creates, or develops the condition that the two souls can meet, then you create the soul of, and then emergence of a new life. This is in fact how some lives on this planet start taking shape. They can be for years on their own, till the condition of the fields of the environment, the place changes, which allows the rotation, the dynamic structure of the life within the structure to start. This is how seeds grow. This is how eggs of fish in the depths of the desert after years suddenly come to life. The change in the field of the place, which allows the motion of the possession and opposition. Time starts. It's the same with the soul of the man. Man can be ignorant in the dimension of the enlightenment, and by change of the position and the position leads to motion that it brings in the enlightenment. Now we understand that the time can be dictated, the time can place and position, the time has to be given, and the time needs to be. In the future, as man becomes more aware of the decision making of the creation of the children of Mitra, man will understand which child is born through the soul and which child is born through the physicality. As the soul of the parents, the two decide in this way: I give birth to a child of Mitra. Or it comes out of physical love, which can create the child of the physicality of the man. In so many ways, we see this pattern of work in some cultures, like Chinese. They decide months and years and whatever, they bring their body to be, they eat certain foods, they follow certain patterns, thus they plan in such a day, they create a child. I've seen a few in my time in China. In a way, it's not just the mother prepares the body to receive a child, the father follows the same. We don't understand this tradition in the West. In some sectors of the Chinese culture, both father and mother plan, prepare the body, that the child in the dimension of physicality, when it's conceived, it will be the best. It will be perfect, pure, and in every other sense. In the West, we don't understand this. Then now we understand. But again, that is done on the dimension of the physicality. Man has to learn how to connect to his soul, that it leads out of its physical dimension of interaction to preparation of the soul to be released, and soul to be interacted. Then this way, you never get children of rapes. Then you see the purity of the children of Mitra. It's not by following a way of eating or a pattern of life. It becomes a pattern of thoughts. You prepare the body to release the energy of the creation and not the physicality of the creation. I made man in the image of myself. I created Mitra to bring the children of me across through the fields of my love and not through my physicality and interaction. Man will understand how time, the place, the position, the emotion, the intelligence, and the enlightenment have to work together to lead to creation of the perfect soul, that it leads to the creation of the children of Mitra in time appointed and decided by the two souls. Man will know the difference between the time when a child is created out of the emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment, and the child which is created after the place, the position. The enlightenment of the children of Mitra is totally different than the enlightenment of the children of the man. We got to understand, as man enters the true space technology in the coming time, as we fall in love with other creatures of the universe, as man knows the emotion of love, physical condition to create a child to start the time is impossibility. Then the man, with what he falls in love with, the only chance, the only opportunity for them to create the fruit, the flower of their love, is through the interaction of the fields of emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment. The creation of the children of Mitra. This is why where the time starts, where the two in match lead to creation of a new light, new life. This is why we teach and will bring you to understand how you will interact in the space. When we take the man out of the village of earth, man has to understand the consequence of interaction. Here we see a Chinese interacts with a black, and what beautiful children they make. We see an Asian and European, what beautiful children they make. Now imagine the children of the what we call Mitra, out of the energy where there is no physical interaction, perfection in its every meaning, creation of new time, new life, new understanding. In a way, everything has to be perfect to start a new time. Then you understand the emotion, you understand what intellect you're handling, and then the enlightenment brings you to understand we are equal. We are the same, we are from the same creator. There is no racism in the space, except comes in the short mind of the man. One day, when the first encounters become as today's encounter of the races of the man, we all see when the children of Mitra walk amongst us. They'll be loved by all, they'll be adored by all, they're educated of all, and they understand that they carry the knowledge of the universe and not just the knowledge of physicality of the man. Mankind has to understand the creation of time, because in time man will be punished by misunderstanding the real true structure of the creation of the life in the universe according to the time of his establishment, according to the time of his cycle, according to the time of his what we call maturity. Man makes children out of interaction of physicality. The creator makes children out of interaction of fields. Does not need physicality. Once we understand this, we can control the transmutation. We can control the transportation. We walk the physicality of the earth to enjoy its dimension, but at the same time we can transfer into the energy to create a temporary time to travel across the span of the earth, universe, or the unicosmos. It does not come in the dimension of, it does not come because of, it comes through the process of the interaction. And only of the fields, and no dimension of physicality. Even if you convert your appearance to the dimension of physicality, creating the children of man will become rather impossible, as the blood created carries different dimension and information according to the existence, unless you master the game. Try to understand how you can change the dimension of the fields of the place, position and position, and how you can bring the enlightenment, connect to emotion, and bring intelligence. Then man will be able to conquer not only the life on this planet for everlasting life, but be able to travel the span of the universe and enjoy all its beauties. One simple reason: if you travel the dimension of time, you're stuck with thousands of the light years to get to somewhere, and your life is meager 50, 60 years. Forget the other numbers of millions and hundreds of hours or days ahead. The only way you can travel the span of the universe is through the time of the enlightenment. Everlasting life comes through the energy side and not from the matter side, the dimension of physicality. I'm made man in the image of myself, and I'm too clever to have a physical image. But man sees it according to his own understanding, and that's why he still believes I'm in the skies and in another position, and is still tricking himself to heaven and hell. It's got to be understood that the time in the energy has a common denominator in time in the what we call the physical side, place, position, and position. And that connection has always been the dimension of the interaction of the emotions. In a way, the yin and yang, in a way, when you sign the infinity loop, on one side is the emotion of the man in the dimension of physicality, and one side is emotion of the man in the dimension of the energy. The emotion is the controller, is a connector between the two. Then it comes for you to understand further where even the time of the cell in the body of the man decided through the emotion. You try, you do everything you like in the dimension of physicality. You call yourself the king, you call yourself a man, you call yourself an ant. It does not make any difference. When the connection between emotion of the physicality and the emotion of the soul comes into play, you will get cancer, because the emotion of physicality has informed the emotion of the soul. I had enough. Start counting. Find a way for me to go. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, and everything else. In a way, the cancer is the time when the soul of the emotion and the soul of physicality take together. Time of separation. I'm not happy with the physical life. I leave it to you to bring the fields, the energies, which decides the time of separation. Does not matter. If this cancer, we call it cancer of physicality, we call it the cancer of emotion, we call it the cancer of evolution. You call it a cancer. I call it a cancel, which means I cancel my time in the dimension of physicality. I leave it to the dimension of the energy to decide where and how fast. Depending on the depth of the emotion I suffer in the dimension of physicality, I call the time. Time is out. I cannot handle the fields of the emotion, the place, the position, and position. Now the time of the separation is handed over to the soul, to what we call the energies side of the time of the man. What you eat, how you live, and how you extend that time in the dimension of physicality, which it transfers itself in the dimension of emotion. The true everlasting life comes through the energy side and not through the physicality. Maybe you understand exactly where you stand with yourself. Is the emotion of the soul and the emotion of physicality in harmony? Then man does not need to suffer with disability and all the pains of the late years in the dimension of physicality, where you can live a perfect life to the last minutes when the transition takes place. This is how we see, this is how you see, this is how we observe the existence of this, what we call village of the man. Maybe one day, man will consume the soul of the plants, energy which they don't need. Man consumes the soul of the animals, which their energy is not needed by them. Then man finds out he live in the dimension of physicality much, much longer than when he consumes the flesh of the animal and the plants and the rest. In a way, self-preservation comes out of understanding the work of the time between the both dimensions. If one day man learns to live through the energies of the universe, man will last thousands of years in the physical dimension of the physicality. Then you'll find out you can transmute across the universe the same way. It's the understanding of the true time. I have a time in the dimension of energy, and I have a time in the dimension of physicality. And if I can work through the dimension of physicality, I can bring the dimension of the soul to be able to let me know, to inform me, to connect with me. That brings me in a position and a place and time where I can enjoy the position, and the what we call the place at the same time. Man calls this a wish. In a way, when you make a wish, you create a slot of time next to, this is my wish. And then when that energy in that slot of time comes to be in balance with the side of the energy side, it manifests itself. We do that with our children. He says, what do you want for your birthday? I wish to have a teddy bear. And then that teddy bear appears on the birthday to complete the wish. Man wishes through the dimension of physicality, and the soul delivers it when the time imbalance of time is perfect. Man's body, the system has built structures to teach this to man. But again, like what we call a dream, man has eluded himself to understand the truth about the dream and the truth about his wishes. As the wish comes out of the emotion side of the man. And then it connects with the emotion side of the soul and the energy of the man. And the rest is to accommodate. How pure the wish is. In the dimension of physicality, we interfere with it. We call it Santa Claus, we call it magic, whatever. But we create that Santa Claus, we create that magic for the child to receive what he wishes. But the soul of the man does that in the dimension of energy for the physicality of the man. How many times in the lowest point and the highest point you have made a wish to do this, to have this, or you made a long wish to achieve something and it comes true. Now you understand the reason. Because you leave it in the hand of the time, of the emotion, of the energy side. And that works in the background to bring you to that point. Is that holding your hand across the time for your wish to come true? Where in the real life, the mother or the father holds your hand to take you to the shop for that teddy bear to appear. We don't see the hands of the soul. We don't see the hands of the emotion. We don't see the hands of the guidance of the energy side, where it takes the man physically across to get that wish done. And we say, I wished it and it happened. Now you understand the process of the wish. You understand the process of a dream. To create a time when it's right for that wish to come true. Now you have to understand the same process. The wish and the dream have come together to create the transmutation of the man, creation of the slot, where the soul of the physicality hands over itself to the dimension of the soul of the man, that he can take man across to get his wish, to become, to be able to transmute. We drag the soul with us to create new time for it to be, because we control the physicality. In a wish, in a dream, the control is in the hand of the energy side of the emotion. In a way, a hidden friend. In a way, a hidden structure that we denied, and then we live by it because we don't want to accept its existence. It's like a lover we have with ourselves, but we don't introduce it to no one because it's hidden there in his mind. Then you understand how those of you who attended most probably the Lens exhibition, and in some of the points and places in what we call monthly teachings or tests and trials, I stay quiet. Because when I interfere, the wish comes through, because I know how the energy of the soul will bring the physicality to see the dream, to have the wish, to go through the cycle. Then you understand how it works. I create a wish, and you bring the physicality of the soul of emotion to create and see the wish. Now you understand what the magic was. Those of you who attended them, in a way, Lens exhibition trials, how many of you came in and you sat, and I said, enjoy the time. And after a while I came in and I said, you can go to the moon. I created the wish. I created the energy, and you matched to meet. This is how you have to learn to transmute. This is how you have to learn to create a time for transmutation, to bring the emotion of the physicality and the emotion of the soul of the man, the energy side, in balance to work together and you transmute. This is the secret. But till you don't understand, till you don't really comprehend the work of your own structure, this becomes impossibility. In the whole of the trial of past 2 or 3 years, I've seen 2 people who can do it. We have a lady from Germany who can wish and receives, and she, without knowing, has understood the process. But she knows a lot. Because the wish in the dimension of physicality and the wish in the dimension of energy matches. Because it's pure, because there is not tainted with something else. We create the time through the wish. It's like you play chess and you push the clock, and the clock has so much to run till the move is made. You need to understand this to be able to transmute. You need to understand this to bring a dimension in the condition of the interaction of physical life on this planet and in the space. You need to understand this to be able to feed yourself, that you separate your life in the dimension of physicality and the energy that you and I shall not kill. Understanding the separate times in the collection of the existence of the time of the soul will allow you to have many wishes with their own clock ticking in the dimension of the time of the soul of the man and in the dimension of the soul of physicality of the man, which is the matter state condition. It's time to understand the true working of the universe through the time of their own and not to the time man has created for itself on this planet. Your time is 24 hours a day. The time of the life is the time of the universe from the beginning. And you have to find where you can match this into that, where one side of you works with the time of the universe, what we call the soul, what you call your dream, what you call your wish, and one works in dimension of physicality. You drag this physical body across every place and position to get to what you wish in the dimension of physicality. You drag the body to a supermarket to get an ice cream because it was the wish of physicality. You cannot drag the soul of the man, the energy side, to go to supermarket to enjoy the same. But if you understood, you sit in the same place, you wish to taste the beauty of the energy of the ice cream, and the soul of the man will provide it. Because you give it the time. I need that taste and the pleasure now. The time starts. And it's a servant to supply, to deliver, to connect, to bring the emotion and the energy. Now maybe you understand more how you can feed yourself in the space and how you can bring the wish to create the condition of the emotion of the physicality. In a way, you bring the energy through the dimension of the universal side and deliver it to the physicality, that it creates the place, the position, and the position. This is how the creator feeds itself. And when would the man learn? understand the bigger picture and understand the smaller picture, which creates that short times that allows you to have, you call it a dream, you call it a wish, and then you bring everything to be together. Now, play a game with yourself and you understand how mature you become to connect. Make a wish and go to sleep. Go to your dreamland and see if that wish happens in the dimension of the dream. Then you understand how much you have matured to bring the emotion of physicality connected to the emotion of the energy. I wish I meet my mom tonight. She passed away years ago. And wake up tomorrow morning and see if you remember dreaming about the mom. In fact, you brought the two together. Short fuse to long-term fuse. Your wish becomes the connection between you and the connection with the universal energies. The new headset you see on the screen is developed to create that condition. The wishes of physicality in the dimension of the connection to the soul, that it creates the condition for the manifestation of the wish. The emotion which the wish creates connects to the emotion that the soul connects. We are entering a phase where we bring the dimension of physicality in the dimension connection with the universal energies. In a way, you float within the energy of the universe, but you control in the dimension of the energy of the fields of the emotion of the man. You call it in the physicality, I want food. In the dimension of the emotion, you say, I wish food, I wish energy. And then in that emotion of the hunger, you connect to the energies of the soul of the man, which feeds the man. That's why you shall never kill, because you know to leave it to the master to provide. Have you seen how the child jumps when he gets what he wished? That's the dance of the soul of the man when he gives and observes the soul of physicality of the man when he receives his wish. Have you ever wished to see your lover and he or she appears out of nowhere and how it fulfills you? Then you understand the name of the game. I want, I kill for it. I want, I wish for it. Wish is that time of the fulfillment of the energy side, which brings the satisfaction of physicality. In a way, I set out the field strength which I need at this position and time. And the soul will bring it, choose it, and places it to be the strength you needed. In the future, I'll teach you more how to play with this wish time. And then you can even bring it to become the dimension of real physical emotion, in touch, in sense, in love, and the rest of it. In a way, I make you a traveler of the transmutation, but within the structure of the field energy of the time, place, and position, where the soul gives a part of it to satisfy the physicality of it. It's not all one way. The knowledge of time The existence of the wish and the existence of understanding the emotion is the key for man to be able to travel the span of the universe as a physicality, as limitation of existence. Then you know how to be on the moon within seconds, where they spend billions of dollars to do it in days and hours. Transmutation to the transfer of energy of the emotion. And you can test yourself how much you matured and how much you have developed an understanding of the transmutation and transportation of the energy of the emotion between the two sides, the physical side and the emotional side or the energy side. Try to understand and comprehend the totality. Then man in time will understand the individuality. Understand what I explained about the creation of the soul of the man's child in the womb of the mother, or placing the energy of the soul of the daughter of Mitra within the womb of the mother, where the existing dimension of the environment, the place, leads to creation of the child. The time of a start. In the physical life, you leave an egg and a sperm to balance to create the life. With the children of Mitra, you place the energy fields of the soul of the child, that in the environment of the place of the womb of the mother leads to manifestation of the physicality of the child. One is wish, and one is the energy of the dream. If you understood that, then you understand how easy it shall be to create a perfect child. The children of Mitra, anywhere in the universe, as I wish it, and as is created through the time, the span of the position, place, and position to satisfy the wishes of the energy side of the environment of the life. Same outcome, two different opposite dimensions. One placing physicality to create, one placing the energy to create, but the same environment, the womb of the mother. That womb can be an egg, that womb can be a universe, that womb can be a unicos. Depends on the energy level which one puts into the wish, into the manifestation of the time that leads to creation of the structure, connection to the bigger time. Try to understand the teaching of today. Then you understand how to create the children of Mitra. Then you understand the connection between your wish and your dream. And then you start learning how to become the transmutation, transportation, and every other dimension that the man wants to travel the span of the universe. Physicality is the donkey. The wish and the energies of the universe is the jumbo jet. You have to choose the time. The wish and the dream, the physicality and the suffering. Then you understand the new dimension of life. Then you understand how what you ignored is actually the tools of your life that you never understood. Wish comes out of emotion. And the emotion is the only connection between the dimension of the physicality and the dimension of the fields of the energy of the universe. You have to time it right, that it matches into the time, and you achieve what we call the ultimate goal, to receive in the dimension of the energy, that it transfers, embeds itself in dimension of physicality, and you receive, and you call it a magic, you call it everything else, but you never understood the connection between the two. In a way short time of the physicality section, given to the time in the energy side, which tries to match. And when it matches, the wish comes through. Depends, you do it in dimension of physicality, or you do it in dimension of the emotion. And when you receive your wish in dimension of physicality, sit down and look back how the energy side came together to bring it that you receive it the way you wanted it in dimension of physicality. Be the food within your body to live, be the meeting of somebody you wished, or receiving something in dimension of physicality that it was your wish. Then it doesn't become a magic. Now you understand the method that it works. You understand the system behind it. We go for a break and we come back. And I hope you understand the connection between your wish and your dreams, as one is the key to that.